to be joining us. Can we just do a quick introduction? You want to start, Chris?
Right, I'm Chris Byer, council member, sometimes mayor pro tem. Maybe I'm right now, I'm not sure.
This is full comment.
I think you're pro tem today.
I'm pro tem today.
Bob Bagelberg, town council, and travel advisor. Food critic.
Thomas Eddington, learning food from him, town planner.
Holly Samuels, McLean, town attorney.
Valerie Roper, some, community engagement chairperson, female, and Colleen Bonner, Wasatch County Council. Carol Hazelton, and I'm town council, and I have some interesting information about 248.
We share. Keep us in suspense.
Right, no, it's just, I mean, I'll share it really fast. We had an online meeting yesterday. Did you ever get on?
No.
It's, anyhow, it was UDOT, it was, I mean, it was a lot of people. And, they're talking about mitigation for wildlife. Turns out that all their data comes from 2010, 2018. And they have no idea about all the developments that are going on in the fencing and things. So we need to really contact them and let them know what's happening out here.
It's a great regional project.
Yeah.
Who do we need to contact?
Pardon?
Who do we need to contact that doesn't know?
I can give you, it's the whole, they were from, I'm trying, Glennis, is Glennis coming, you know?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, because she was on the call too.
Yeah.
And, but it's UDOT, it's Department of Wildlife, DNR. And I'm trying to think of the woman who actually held it. I forgot to bring my notes. But anyhow, they're operating from really old data, which they did say. They did do a field trip with us in October, early October, but you know, they really were more interested in looking at the fences, but they're talking about possible overpasses, underpasses for wildlife. And they just have no idea of the development that's going on along 248.
You guys must have had a good meeting because Dupay from UDOT did reach out to me
Yes.
last night.
Yeah, he was
And he
there.
asked about some mapping for the subdivision, so they are at least now.
Right, I gave everybody, I kept giving them all your emails and everything to get.
No, yeah, it's-
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Jonathan Gunn, town council, travel advisee.
Rachel Cooper, planning commission. Donna Turner, planning commission and resident nurse.
Luann Peterson, utility billing.
Carol Chesterly, dance assistant.
And Ralph Severini, town council, EDC, and recipient of good food when it's available. So.
Get on the list for good food.
You know where I live, just check your billing records, come on over. My food is pretty much mostly wine. My work was technically food.
Grapes.
We forgot Alicia back here.
How could you forget me?
She's been over.
Yeah, I have been over. Alicia Fairborn, recorder for Hideout, and lover of Bob's wine and food.
Lynn Landon,
Hello.
who, take it away.
Oh, yeah, I'll introduce, we're just getting the deck up on this screen. So my name is Helen Langen and I have been working with the town of Hideout as a communications consultant for the last few months. And I'll just give you a quick bit about my background and then we can jump in. I know I've met a lot of you, so I don't want to spend time on that too much, but I've been working in PR and communications for 20+ years. Early in my career, I started in government. I worked in Washington, DC, in the White House and then in Congress, and then came back to Utah, which is where I'm from, and have held different PR and press secretary person roles over the years. Most relevant to our conversation today, I spent nearly 8 years working in Salt Lake City government for former Salt Lake City Mayor Ralph Becker. and I had different roles, but senior policy advisor, his spokesperson and communications director, and so that was a big check. And then I've also spent a number of years in the private sector, working at different companies, been in solar, a company out of Silicon Valley called Marco Polo, and others, kind of tech startup type outfits. And then about 4 years ago, I started my own PR firm. It's called Like Communications, and I have clients all over the country, some municipal, many corporate clients, and I just do a whole range of strategic communications, crisis communications, PR, media training, that whole kind of realm, as you know, as the needs evolve with my different clients. So that's a little bit about me. Live in Salt Lake City. I've got 2 small children, and yeah, there you go. So with that, oh good, we're almost there. Jan and folks invited me to come and speak today on kind of a media, like, training. So what we're gonna, hopefully I think this will be very, very helpful for all of you, for anyone who ever has to do any kind of a news media interview. This is gonna be hopefully some really helpful tips and insights, and we're gonna go a little bit deeper than sometimes you have the opportunity to go when you're quickly prepping to do an interview. So particularly for the public officials in the room, but you know, you just never know when you're gonna find yourself in need of, you know, or in front of a camera, in front of a reporter. And so hopefully this will be really, really some good advice and useful training for everybody. So this is kind of a funky screen, but is everyone able to see this? Okay, and if you aren't, feel free to move if it's just where it's.
Hey, JJ, why don't you introduce
Does it
yourself?
angle
It does. So, the other thing to note is this deck, this will be made available to everyone as a leave behind, so you can take notes if you want, but you definitely don't have to. Most of it will be covered here, so hopefully that'll be helpful as well. So this is really just, you know, when you're speaking for your town. Of course, I had the town council members particularly in mind for this. You know, here's a bit of just a media training guide for everybody, so if you'll advance it. So just in terms of our goals for today, I'm hoping by the end of this discussion, you'll all have a better kind of understanding of how the news media operates and how they think. Understanding how a reporter thinks is a very helpful tool anytime you're working with media. As I mentioned earlier in my career, I worked in the White House press office, and I did a lot of traveling with the White House press corps internationally and whatnot. And just kind of, when you're on the road, it's like going to war a little bit, like and you learn a lot about how reporters think and what they need. And it served me all till today. I mean, like the insights that I learned in that particular time period, in terms of just, I can watch an interview take place and anticipate the next question the reporter's gonna ask, and I can see where, for example, like if a spokesperson is answering a question, I can usually read if a reporter's tracking it, or if they're confused, or if they're gonna like take the wrong thing that we want from the message, from how the question is being answered. So in any case, understanding some of that, it can be really helpful to just really ultimately help you get your key messages across more effectively. So that's a goal. Get some tools and strategies to help really just generate more value out of anytime you have an opportunity to get some what we call earned media coverage, which refers to anything that you don't have to pay for in terms of advertising. And then to learn, you know, how to just effectively engage with reporters during interviews, and how to really deliver and reinforce your messages, your key messages effectively during an interview. So I think that's the part that a lot of times people forget, that you have to really always keep your eye on the prize and the goal, as far as you know, having an effective kind of strategy for getting the most out of a media interview. And we'll get into it so you can continue. So my agenda for this portion of our retreat is to, you know, talk about, you know, understanding the media, share with you some pro tips for successful media interviews, and then help you anticipate different interview formats based on the type of media outlet that you might be speaking with, and then share some interview techniques that are highly effective to keep you on message. So we'll keep going. Okay, so we'll start with understanding the media. Okay, so many of you may already be aware, the media landscape has dramatically changed in maybe the last couple of decades. And what they call the news hole, like the amount of real estate where there's, media outlets that are trying to get stories filled each day has shrunk dramatically. So the competition for getting, earned media coverage has never been more fierce. And then the media outlets themselves are highly understaffed now. They're just the financials of everything, very, very thin newsrooms. So so the reporters you're talking with are overworked. They're under tremendous pressure. They're having to move faster than ever. It was always a field that you had to move fast, but now it's just like lightning speed, 24/7. And then they're competing with one another. It's always been that way, but then also with a whole bunch of other voices and content creators online for attention, resources, everything. So that you have to keep, as you're thinking about these reporters, like that's what's in their world, every day. And then they're talking with you, trying to get a story. And, it's just, so keeping that in mind is helpful, I think. So if you're, one of the keys to successful public relations, just always is, especially in regards to media relations, is if you can be really aware of the needs of the reporter. And part of it's about just relationship building. So over the years, I'll have reporters who we've worked together, and they'll keep coming to me over and over, just looking even sometimes for story ideas, or I reach out to them as well. And a lot of times it's really the relationships built on them knowing that I understand their needs, and I will move quickly and meet their deadlines, and I can think like a reporter, and that helps them because then it just makes their job a little bit easier because they've got like a reliable, credible resource. So if you think about what they need, it's a really great place to start. So, and some of the things they need are complete, compelling stories, information that's relevant to their beat, credible and relevant information, and very quick response times in most cases. And it sounds funny, but to look smart and to be the first one to tell the story if at all possible. Like that's always every reporter's goal, always. So for us, we need to be able to deliver, in this case, the town's message, but if you happen to not represent the town, whatever your organization is, clearly and consistently, and to communicate professionally and establish a good relationship with the reporter on behalf of the town. We're going to talk later in depth about the wonderful Ross Creek open house we held and the media coverage that came from that. But one of the great, I thought, victories of that from a PR standpoint was it was a wonderful opportunity for some of our town council members and Jan and for reporters that are here and covering this region regularly to get to know us and to start building that relationship. And I thought that was really wonderful. So, being able to use every opportunity you have when you interact with a reporter to build the relationship for future, purposes. And then you also need to be ready to respond on message to any question you're asked. So we'll keep going. So in order to compete with all of the other voices that are trying to get the news media to cover their stories, you need to, like I mentioned, think like a reporter. This is something particularly true in a reactive. So I differentiate media relations into like proactive and reactive. So, it's what it sounds like. Proactive is we're sending a media pitch, we're sending a press release, and then reactive is the reporters called, they heard there was a decision on a court case, we'll say hypothetically, and they're asking for a statement. And so then it's like reacting to the news that came out that we have a reason to make a statement about, things like that. So particularly on the reactive side, and especially then even more if it happens to be anything that's like somewhat of a crisis, you never want to let silence be your story, and you never want to let others sort of shape the narrative if you have a vested interest in making sure that the story is told to the message and the tune that you would like it told to. So that's an important way that you have to think. And then, like I said, being proactive and working quickly to meet deadlines and, anticipating news stories and just being ready. So, sometimes on the proactive side of PR, we will think about how do we generate news for sometimes something that's not inherently very newsworthy, but you're still, trying to get news coverage out of it. And often a technique that works, well, just to give you an example, is when you, we call it like sort of trend jacking. You kind of take whatever the topic is in the news right now that everybody's covering and thinking about, and you think, what's a unique way that we could either talk about what we're doing as a trend with that or a counter trend to that, and you just kind of take advantage. And later, when we talk about the 2025 PR work for Hideout, there's a great example of something we have planned that does just that, the trend jacking piece. So, and it was an idea that came from Ralph, so appreciated that. And well, Jan and I had talked, it was like we were all thinking the same
Yeah,
thing.
well, it's hard not to avoid it, so.
Right. You know, always important to remember when you're doing media interviews to stick to verified facts and avoid intentionally or unintentionally spreading any kind of misinformation. We'll get into this a bit more, but sometimes when you've got a camera in your face and a microphone, people have this instinct like they have to be the expert on every single topic. And so a lot of times reporters, they're fishing for a good line or a good sound bite or, you know, so they'll just keep asking questions. If they don't like what you're saying, sometimes they'll ask the same question in different ways over and over. And it can rattle people and they'll start just answering and giving anything that comes to their mind because they're sort of panicked, feeling like they have to be the expert because they're being asked. And so we'll talk about this in a minute, but I would like to empower people and say, no, you don't have to know everything. Like you can absolutely say, I'm not the best person to respond to that question, or let me get back to you on that, or let me recommend. There's a lot of ways to sort of sidestep if it's a question you fundamentally either don't want to answer or are the right person to answer, don't have the information. So, and I think reporters very much appreciate that. I've said this 1,000 times. I feel like to reporters where they're interviewing me and I'll say, I don't want to give you the wrong information about that. So let me check and get back to you. I don't want to mislead you. I don't want to. And they're like, oh, thank you for being aware that I don't want that. So anyway, it's important also to remember, you know, that when we're thinking about all of this, particularly, you know, as we think about it as a town, like to make sure our communications are as consistent as they can be. So we're all kind of singing from the same song sheet and on message. And, you know, working together and, you know, kind of coordinating who does the response. And I think that the way that it's been flowing from what I've been able to observe the last few months has been very well, you know, kind of well executed. I think there's a good policy and program around like who reviews what, particularly on the reactive piece. And so, but we want to obviously keep doing that. And whenever the given news is that we're trying to get out there is to always kind of keep at the center of our thinking, how important it is to stay on message. So going with that. So when you think about a media interview, there's things that it is and things that it isn't. So here's some of the realities. It's not a casual conversation. It's not any kind of like an intellectual discussion or a debate. It's not an interrogation or a grilling. It shouldn't be. And then I said it kind of tongue in cheek, but it's not an opportunity to make a new friend. A lot of times, I mean, reporters, their job is to get information out of you. So and they're lovely. I have a lot of, you know, wonderful friends and colleagues that are reporters, but part of the technique is they like really want you to get comfortable because then you're probably going to say something that's a little bit more off the cuff and a little bit more off. Sometimes it can be like off message. And so that gives them a more unique soundbite than their colleague that you just did an interview with 5 minutes ago. So that's like, we'll talk more about that too, but so keep that in mind. If they're being friendly, of course you want to be friendly back and everything, but you always want to have a little bit of your guard up and like always remember everything's on the record. So it's certainly an opportunity and it's a chance to deliver a specific message to a specific audience. And, you know, ultimately for our purposes today, it's a way to hopefully help build even a growing and more popular, or I'm sorry, positive message for the town of Hideout. So, or whoever you represent. Yes.
You said everything's on the record. So I
Yes.
just thought about that.
Yes.
There are some on background type interviews are not on the record, right? Can
Let's
you
talk about that.
that?
Yes, absolutely. So this is one of those things. My advice to my clients is if they say it's on background, if they say it's off the record, that's fine, but always assume it's still on the record on some level. The only exception to that, I would say is every now and then, if there is a reporter that, you know, whoever, if you're working with it, you have a very trusted, long-standing relationship with, maybe you could get comfortable and be a little bit, and just to give everybody kind of the definitions of that for those who are maybe not as familiar. So, on the record is what it sounds like. It's on the record and they can quote you. Off the record, and the rules have evolved, but essentially like the idea is reporters are sometimes willing to take a conversation off the record when you can make the case that there's some risk if you were quoted on the record. So, if it's a sensitive story and you're providing them additional information, but you don't wanna be the one it is attributed to, you can get that information. What usually happens, and the reason I feel like it's really risky, whatever information you share off the record, they'll take it and they may not quote you, but then they'll take that information and run around and try to find somebody else that they can get to quote on the, so that information, if it's sensitive and you don't want it really out there, there's still a way that they can take it and get it out there. And then on background is kind of, and then there's like on deep background, those are kind of like the levels that theoretically are sort of, they'll keep even more, behind the scenes, but ultimately they're building a file, especially, it depends on the type of story and the type of reporter, but and eventually, if it's something juicy and it's newsworthy, they will want to use it somehow, some way. And so you might be even protected, but maybe your organization isn't, or you're sort of protected. But then, I mean, I've had this recently with a very, very high profile situation that I was dealing with. And it was this woman who there's a lot I can't share, but I'm trying to think, like, she was connected to one of the presidential candidates when the election was going on, but very like a couple levels removed, but she had really dicey information. This reporter at the Washington Post had been digging for 6 or 8 months trying to get this one particular story out. And she made the mistake, this reporter called her and was like kind of not harassing her, but kept calling her, and she was just not a trained media person at all. She's just an average person who's never had media training, and she made the mistake of sharing a bunch of information, on background with this reporter. And then the reporter essentially just took it and ran around to all the other sources trying to confirm it all. And it really kind of backfired on her. And she learned a really valuable lesson, but it was a mess. And so you just want to I would really caution, not to put too much faith in that if you can. So anyway, hopefully that helps. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I've been called for that reason.
Oh, you have?
Background.
Yeah,
Yes, I have.
yeah. And I think,
Well, I'm gonna say a year and a half ago.
okay.
Yeah.
And do you want to talk more about how you handled it, or?
So we're recording, this is gonna be public or not public?
No, just the minutes, right? We're not broadcasting. We don't have to,
We don't have to broadcast, but we do have to,
we have to post the
I'm gonna
audio.
leave out all
Yeah.
names and references to
Yeah.
any.
because you're
Local.
required to record
Okay,
and post it.
okay. So there you go.
Let me just be very generic,
Yeah.
general, I did get called on background on something. I'm gonna be honest with you, I can't even remember what at this point.
Okay.
It was something that we did.
Some kind of business at the time.
Something the town did, it was an interview with somebody I know who works at a media outlet locally, and, I was guarded.
Good for you.
I was definitely guarded, I didn't give away anything that wouldn't have been known anyway. But, I did get the call, didn't have media training.
Yeah.
Just tried to use common sense.
Right.
But it is, they can be quite good
Yeah.
at getting information out of you.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
But like I said, I think I've handled it. I'll tell you what, I have to credit Dan Dancy, don't put this in the name. Dan Dancy, our former town attorney. He said to all of us at one point, don't ever say anything in public that you wouldn't want read back to you in district court.
That's right. And I would say the PR spin on that would be a headline on the, front.
Or a
of the paper,
headline
right?
or something.
Right, that's
So
exactly
that
right.
has stuck with me, so that was
Yes.
one of the best pieces of advice I ever got.
That's exactly
But,
right.
but it happens, they will call you if they know you, if they know you're somebody, they will call you. I had to do this year, one of which I did with Jonathan, I had to do suddenly 4 media appearances in 2 days.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it
This will be
wasn't no
helpful.
training,
Oh, this will be really
right?
helpful.
So it was, I did it,
Right.
I was like, okay, well,
Yeah.
somebody's gotta do it.
Yeah.
And I'm not to be afraid, because of course I'm not that outgoing. I'm kind of an introvert, so I'm always worried they're gonna ask me something that I don't know the answer to,
Right.
don't wanna say.
Right.
Yet it's important to come off as being open, I think, being
Yes.
open to questions, even
Right.
if you're not wanting to answer them.
It's true.
So any techniques.
Oh,
that you
we'll
have
get
for
to it. I've got.
How to
Yep.
steer them
That's
away, but still, you know.
Yeah, we're gonna
look
get
like you're
into, we call it bridging or
Bridging,
flag
well,
planting, we'll get to
whatever,
that.
okay, great.
But I will say, one other tip that's not in here that you made me think would be helpful for all of you. And this is, I mean, I've told every CEO I've worked for, mayor, whoever, client. This is like the number one tip I give people often for, just in the moment when you get a call from a reporter. I feel like you always just need a little bit of breathing room before you get back to them. So if you happen to pick up and you didn't send it to voicemail because you didn't know who it was, and they say, hey, I'm so-and-so from the park record, I just had a quick question for you. You always ought to say, you know, I'm just heading into a meeting, can I call you back?
Exactly.
What's the
yes.
topic? And so then, you know, gives you just some time to like, and just ask them the topic, what's your deadline? What's the topic? I will call you back. And then,
Topic what you did.
yeah, those are the two big ones. Yeah, cause then, you know, and then they know, like, you'll get back to them, and then you know the topic, and then you can kind of do the due diligence on the back end and confer with people. And, you know, if this were today, I mean, you could call me, we can think, well, we can figure out what are your 3 key messages for this interview and kind of do a quick amount of prep before you call back. And so, yeah.
Well, it's a quick, really quick solution. Yesterday was the Utah, the local officials day at the state legislature. And I remember when Phil and I were first elected, that first year we went to lunch, I've gone to lunch twice. I didn't go yesterday because I couldn't make it work. But I remember being there one year and, somebody grabbed me, they wanted to do an on-camera interview and I'm like, you know, and I did it anyway, and it ended up on, I think it ended up on Twitter and YouTube, but, it was okay, I didn't totally freeze up, I didn't look that stupid. I didn't say anything, they edited it, I'm always worried they're going to edit it in such
Right.
a way that I'm going to look bad or
Right.
sound bad. It wasn't horrible, but it was not easy, I was
Right.
very nervous,
Right,
and I
right.
tried not to be, but.
Yeah.
But again, just being grabbed, can you do this? And I'm like, okay, well, I think I learned how to do it, I'm gonna just do it.
Yeah.
But it was not
Yeah.
it was not comfortable.
And, you know, it's in that particular setting, it would make sense to me that you would do the interview based on like the topic and everything. And once you've been media trained, it'll be even easier, but I also, I mean, it never ceases to amaze me, like people like, they're running from a fire and a reporter will stop them and ask them to comment. It's like, I'm still running for my life, but like, they'll stop and do an interview. Cause there's this feeling like, well, they're asking me, I must do it. And I would always empower people to say, you don't always have to do an interview. Like, you're not required. They don't have any special power. You can decide if you want to or not. And, you know, it sounds like that was a good one for you to
It
do,
was
but
only like
yeah.
90 seconds long or something, but it was
Right.
long enough. It was a long 90 seconds.
That's great. Well, that's helpful. We'll get into some of these. I think it'll be helpful. So we can keep going. I think we've got the idea here. Sorry. Oh, you're fine. So then these are just some specific tips for successful media interviews. So when you are asked to do an interview, and again, ideally you can create, even if it's an hour, but some space. In the scenario we just talked about, you had to do it right on the spot. And so you might want to do a little bit more quick thinking in that way. But typically what I would always say is you really want to step back from it and think, okay, what is my objective in agreeing to do this interview? Like, what's my singular objective? And so depending on the topic of the story and who you're speaking on behalf of, if it's yourself or your company or your town, you know, you really want to get clear about the objective. A lot of what I would say kind of for the town of Hideout, a lot of the interviews you'll all do will, you know, the objective will be to try to, you know, build positive, you know, positive press about the town and the great work we're doing and the, you know, the credibility and the authenticity of the work we're doing here. So that's like sort of the overarching objective, I would say a lot of the time here. But really, if you keep that kind of at the front of your mind, it helps guide your thinking as you're preparing for an interview. And then another really important piece that, and sometimes if there's time, I will often, for clients when they have a media interview, put together like a briefing document where I'll give them like the photo of the reporter and all their recent stories they've done and everything we can find out about them online and everything they've reported on the same topic. And it's just this like dossier where people can really prepare if you have the time to really thoroughly dig in. But at a minimum, if you don't have a lot of time, or you don't have me as a resource to do this whole briefing document, you can just quickly get familiar, Google that reporter, look at their news outlet, understand what they're covering, because understanding what they're covering helps you have a better ability to anticipate what they might ask you. So always taking that step and doing a bit of research before you actually do the interview. And then this one's really, really important. And I will, even if it's like an on the fly where I have to do the reporter interview, or if I do an interview in 20 or 30 minutes, I will sit down if I can at my laptop, and I'll literally just type up the 3 key messages I want to make sure I get across. And so it's usually like 3 specific sentences, and you know, depending on what it is, we can work specifically on different messaging for different stories that we're putting out there. But you're not going to be able to get more than that across. And so you really want to like kind of think about what are the most important high level sort of like points that if somebody at home is watching this, they hear you come out of your mouth. And what I'll do, and we'll talk about this in a minute, but if it's for example, a phone interview or even like a Zoom interview, I will always tell people, print that up, print your looking messages, and I'll tape it to the side of the, you know, the screen if it's Zoom, so it looks like you're still looking, but you've got your key messages, or I'll have it printed if I'm on the phone with the reporter. And literally, we'll get to this, but like whatever questions they ask, I'll be looking at my key messages and folding them into my remarks. So it's just a good technique. But even if you're doing, for example, an on-camera interview with the TV station where you can't have your key messages right there, the time that you've spent thinking about what you want your key messages to be, writing them out, trying to the extent you have time to sort of memorize them or get them in your head, even if it's not word for word, you want to sort of keep them top of mind and then be making an effort to weave them into whatever question you're asked. And we'll talk about techniques to do that, but that's it's just so important, because sometimes people just walk up and they, you know, do an interview and they say whatever comes into their mind in that moment, and you think, no, like, you know, be more thoughtful about it if you can. And so, and then if you have time, thinking about kind of a range of possible questions, you know, and that's helpful. You know, you'll know the basic gist of the story. Sometimes, I mean, there's a whole bunch of ways that this plays out, but a lot of what I do with a lot of my clients has to do with crisis PR. And I will often ask reporters to email me their questions. They won't always, but sometimes we'll even say, oh, you know, this executive, they can't really, they don't have time, but we could get you the answers to your questions by email. And that just gives us that much more control, because the whole strategy around this is, you know, so this is the give and take of earned media coverage. It has far more credibility and validity than an ad. So you want it because it just comes across as more credible and people believe, you know, but then the flip side is you have less control over it. So the only way you can exert any control over what's reported is by being very, very disciplined about what you say and what your message is, and really kind of sticking as much as you can to the script you want to get out there. No matter what you're asked. And then and we'll get into some of these other tips, and then giving them, there's a strategy around sort of less is more. So the less you say, the fewer options they have to pick from as to what they can quote you on. So there's a discipline there, which we'll get to. So anyway, but practicing for a range of possible questions, particularly the ones you don't want to answer, because you want to be prepared. How do you bridge from those back to what you want to be talking about? So we can keep going. More tips. I mentioned this, but you know, always to the extent you can get to know the reporter or the editor who's conducting the interview, you know, and you know, what are their interests, what's their background, what will get their attention, what do they care about? You know, everybody's human, and everyone has a thing that really tugs at their heartstrings, and you know, it's just helpful to kind of have as much as you can to go on with reporters before you walk into an interview with them. And I like to, and every reporter's a little bit different, you know, we're all a little different personalities, but I find that if I can kind of always with my guard up, knowing everything's on the record, but also kind of like just have a warm up conversation. How are you today? What have you been covering? Oh, what's, you know, that helps give me insights into how to build a relationship, but also how to, like, you know, help them help me do, you know, do their job. So thinking about all that is always really helpful. So we'll keep going. So then during an interview, a couple of tips to help you. Be confident and know that whatever the given topic is, you're the expert. Always try to speak in lay terms and to avoid jargon, acronyms, you know, things that inside baseball, you know, terms and things that people maybe outside of your area of expertise might not know. And then, of course, we've said, you'll see her, we say, stay on message 1,000 times in this presentation, because it's so important. Don't go off on tangents, and I say repeat key messages over and over again, and the reason I say that is this is a very common thing that happens. People will, you'll say your messages, you'll be at the beginning of an interview, you'll say your 3 messages, and you'll be like, yes, I did it, I got my 3 messages out, and then they'll ask you 10 more questions, and you'll think, well, I've already said those messages, and then you'll just start to like, it's just this instinct people have, you'll just start to freestyle, you're like, I'll say it this way, I'll say it that way, my advice to you is absolutely not. Say the same thing until you're blue in the face. You'll feel like you're repeating yourself, and you will be. You might even get, if you do that, if you do it well, a sense of frustration from the reporter. That's okay, because the idea is that you're gonna stick to that message, and you're still gonna be hopeful and authentic and, whatnot, but that no matter how many times, because sometimes you'll get, if they don't get quite what they're looking for, sometimes reporters will know the line they need for the story. So they'll ask you, and they'll ask it a slightly different way, and they'll ask again and ask again. And they're trying to get what they kind of they have in their mind's eye of what they want to write. And, the downside, if you don't give it to them, they won't, you don't get as much coverage in their story, but you won't get the wrong coverage. So you just kind of have to strategize and think that through as you're, it's a little bit of a, it's just a finesse you'll develop over time. So
But how can you do that without being evasive? Because some of the most annoying interviews I've
Right.
ever seen are the people that do just that,
right.
repeating themselves over and over
Right.
again when they're not answering the question.
Yep, so there's a very specific, some slides on that, but basically what I advise people to do is, say you get asked a question, it's not the question you wanted to be asked, or the question you really have like an answer to, there's some phrases and techniques that we'll get into, but basically, as quickly as possible, the thing, when that gets annoying, it's when people act like they weren't even asked the question in the first place. You have to acknowledge the question in some way, but quickly, short, and then we have what they call some bridging sort of phrases, but there's phrases like, what that makes me think of, but really the most important thing to think about is blah, blah, blah. Like there's different phrases you can use to sort of get yourself back to the messages, and we'll get into that. It's a great question. This is a very important one I've sort of have alluded to, but keeping your responses brief and in complete thoughts, particularly, we'll get into different types of interviews, but particularly for TV, because when they finally package up the story, they'll spend 10 minutes interviewing you and use 10 seconds. And so they're looking for like that sound bite. So just, complete thought, that really is helpful. And less is always more in so many regards for this topic. So short answers are better. Don't feel this need to over answer. The folks that have the hardest time with this are people who are sales people by training, because if you're a salesperson, like you're selling, like you're always, and that's the exact wrong instinct when you're doing media interviews. You want to just do the opposite, like be very like, disciplined and tight with your messaging and your control. And then the other thing is, if they ask a question, if you don't understand it, or I would even add, if you need a few more seconds to formulate how you want to answer it, you can always ask them to repeat the question, and it just gives you a little bit more reaction time. So, oh, what was that? And even if you've heard it perfectly, it's not a bad technique at all. And then, I always say, don't be afraid to say, I don't know. And like I said before, don't fake an answer. You will regret it. Just say, oh, I'm not sure. I can get back to you on that. Or let my PR person respond to you. We'll track that down for you. Any number of things that don't force you to say something that you genuinely are just kind of taking your best guess at. And of course, like, keep a pleasant expression and be friendly and open. You don't have to be, kind of like this, you don't have to be cold or distant or anything, but being that, but also balancing that with having the mindset that everything's on the record.
Hey, one of the most difficult ones I get into, and I think I'm a senior certified
Yes.
speaker for Amazon.
Yes.
And I've gone through training, and you gotta stick to the point, and I've been through that for about 6 companies, but you were really strict because there's no way you can mention anything about earnings.
Right,
because that's not your job.
right, and you could cause a lot
So
of
you
problems.
can
for
cause
the company.
Right.
Right.
Variations.
Right.
So, but one of the harder ones that I get into, and that's doing joint interviews. So, because you don't know, unless you're practicing beforehand, you don't exactly know what your colleague might be saying. And we're gonna get into those situations, I think. You mentioned, jotting down in, so you always don't know what your colleague might say.
Right.
And if you're not practiced beforehand, You may disagree with the other person.
Oh, right.
And then suddenly, how do you respond?
Right.
You have to be really, practiced in that scenario. So any advice from you?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the best practice around that is to, you know, kind of the protocols around like how you all agree to sort of work together before that moment happens, right? So, ideally, you would all study like, you know, the key messages and you kind of stick to that script. So for example, we'll use the Ross Creek, you all did a beautiful job. Like I thought the coverage was great in terms of that they did multiple interviews. I remember both you and Jonathan and
But
others.
we weren't together.
No, you weren't,
Yeah,
no.
so.
But they were listening, they interviewed you both and they were listening to hear what you both said to see how it, but you gave them basically the
Because
same.
we also practiced.
Because we practiced the day before and because I hope you looked at like we put out the, you know, media advisory that kind of framed up what the event was all about. And I think doing that, we planned the night before. And I really think it's like really about like getting to some joint understanding, like here's the 3 key messages for this particular one we're trying to deliver. And then you can both use your, you know, like your own words and your own style, but that you both know that this is what we're trying to accomplish. So if you're standing side by side and you're listening and you're being real present with like how they're answering, you're filling the gaps and vice versa, you know? So, one thing related to that I wanted to mention is, and I've seen this, it's so funny, people, sometimes, you know how like you can tell if someone's like listening or really listening to you or thinking about like the next thing they're gonna say back type of dynamic. In the context of a media interview, I've seen folks get kind of sideways with an interview when they're answering a question and then the reporter's asking a follow-up question and they're not really mentally like present. They're thinking about, how did I sound? Is that last answer okay? Da, da, da. And they're not really listening deeply to the reporter and being very, very like present and laser focused. And then they'll like either miss the nuance of the question or they'll answer it the wrong way. So in the same way, I think generally that's a helpful tip. Like you really need to have your A game on as far as being a good listener, as much as you're trying to be a great communicator in terms of what you're putting out there. You also want to do that if you're both being interviewed. So that will help too. Just really like paying attention, not like while your colleagues speaking, thinking about like, you know, where you could go next with it, but like hearing what they're saying and really like kind of thinking critically about, okay, what are they missing? And sometimes this is a little bit of a different example, but I'll prep with a mayor or something and they'll be, here's the key messages and they'll be, and everybody, it's just a human, like it's hard, you know, this is hard stuff to do when you're right on the spot. So I'll sometimes like see where, you know, we're now in the interview and if it's on the phone, it's great because like I've had many interviews where I'll be listening to their response and I'll know they're missing one of our key messages they've forgotten that we prepped for. So I'll have like paper and I'll write like the main word and hold it up and they'll be like, oh, and then it'll just be the cue, you know, or if it's harder when it's a TV interview, but I'll literally like stand behind the shoulder of the reporter so they can see me, the reporter can't. And if they're on message, I'm going like this. And if they're not, I'm like, and you know, just kind of, but you don't always have a PR person there like helping coach you. So, you know, to the extent, but it's just, you know, the extent that you can do whatever you can to help yourself, give yourself the most control, it's helpful.
Yeah, and passing messages by eye to the other person.
Right,
Yeah,
and
sometimes.
yeah, so,
Yeah.
and the technique there is just like listening and trying to be helpful to your colleague as you're both trying to make sure the whole story gets told. So a couple things I kind of mentioned this with salespeople, don't hard sell, you know, weave in your positive messages and to try to make it as natural as you can. One really important tip is, and I think it's just a good habit to get into if you do a lot of media interviews, is don't repeat the reporter's questions back out loud or repeat like their phrasing. And because sometimes this has gotten lots of people in trouble, they'll repeat the question and then that will become the soundbite that they use. No, I didn't, you know, da 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 da. And it's never good. So, you know, you just listen to the question, you say, oh, and then you answer with your key messages. So that's just a small tip, but it's helpful. We're gonna talk a lot about bridging in a minute, but this is the technique where you bridge the answers to your questions back to your main points or your key messages. And you really, it's just this ability to take whatever question they ask and help answer it in a way that doesn't make them feel like you're ignoring them or something, but as quickly as you can, bridging back to what you're trying to get out there over and over. So And then, you know, always frame your replies as positively as you can. If you say, oh, that's a whole, that's gonna be the thing they're gonna find interesting and use, because they're like, oh, that sounds like that's more controversial or more, you know, so you wanna, you know, your tone is important, and the way you frame your statements in a more positive way is helpful. You know, and if you're asked about problems, you know, try to bridge back to the most helpful solutions tied to those problems. And then, like I said, difficult questions in particular, just answer as briefly as you can. And then this is something that is a really important, actually, tip that people forget. Sometimes people are surprised that a very friendly, nice reporter will then, there's like a shift, and, or maybe sometimes it's right from the top, and they just come across as very like tough and irritated and da da da. That is something that shouldn't catch you off guard. You should always sort of expect that for a few reasons. One, what I spoke about at the very beginning, which is that they're, you know, sort of always in a rush, understaffed, all of that. So sometimes they're just fundamentally in a hurry. And then sometimes like it's a technique where if you're a little bit intimidated because they're like sounding a little like, you know, putting you on the spot and gruff, they'll get a less guarded soundbite because you're like kind of shaking up. So my advice is, you know, don't be surprised by tough questions, just accept it. That's their job. Your job is to answer things and be on message, and we're both just doing our jobs. And like, go ahead.
Do you wanna say things like, I'm glad you asked that question?
Yeah.
Or thank you for asking that.
That's a great question. Yes. That's a fabulous technique, particularly to give yourself, to buy yourself a little time to think. It's sort of, it's in here in a sense in a couple of slides, but that's a wonderful point. Yes, definitely. But just that question, like not any, you know, for what we just mentioned a minute ago. Does anybody else have a question before we move on? Anything else? Good tip. Oh, sorry, will you go back one more thing? No, you're fine. Oh, I've said this. Yeah, go ahead. Nothing is really ever off the record, as we've talked about at length. Okay, go ahead. So just, I wanted to talk through different interview formats, based on, you know, the different types of media that you might do an interview with. So, this is just kind of a way to think about. So if it's a print or an online media outlet, you know, newspaper, an online, news site, often those calls will take place over the phone, sometimes face to face, but less so. People, you know, usually just for time and efficiency. More and more, you know, it's often the case that they'll, even for like a print outlet, they'll want to do a Zoom interview, and often they'll want to use the recording of the Zoom for video content on the website. So that's kind of an interesting, you know, hybrid where you're at your computer at your home or your office and you're doing a Zoom call, but it's, in essence, it's the same as a TV camera in your face, you know, because they're gonna use it and use that content. And we'll talk about some thoughts, some ideas for how to make sure those go off successfully. A big point while I'm thinking about it, and we'll talk about it a little bit more, is making sure, and this is, so I did a few things, but like I mentioned, like the White House stuff. Specifically, I was in the press office and I did what they call White House Advance. And so I don't know how many of you heard that term, but it's essentially like you're thinking about press coverage of the president or the first lady or whomever, the principal is, and what the visuals will look like around them. So what does the backdrop look like, and so I always tell people, like, you kind of have to advance yourself when you're doing these interviews. So for example, Ralph did the TV interview for the open house. We were upstairs. I don't know if you remember this, but like, I was like, okay, where's the light? There's a map up there. And I tried, although kind of the furniture was a little bit tough, but I tried to get you as much in front of the map as we could, because I thought that was a nice backdrop for that particular moment. And so if you're doing a Zoom call from home, think about what's behind you, obviously, like, what are they gonna see in that Zoom, you know? And so just be really thoughtful about the backdrop, both live and then also on Zoom. So the other thing about.
I just did an interview that got released literally this morning.
Oh, wow.
On the net, and, but what I did, and we have to sign contracts sometimes. Can we ask for final edits? I know in our case, we're in business, so it's a little bit different.
Yeah, you guys have more leverage. It depends on, so most of the time. Yeah, most of the time the answer is no, but sometimes there are scenarios where you can. It's rare, and there's usually some extenuating circumstance. So it never hurts to ask, if you can. Sometimes they'll offer just to, if they won't let, most of the time they won't give you the full article, but they'll let you sometimes they'll let you see your quotes. sometimes not at all.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing just knowing where you work and everything that it was probably a situation where the reporter really wanted to talk with you, and so they were willing to make some concessions, and it was probably negotiated by your PR folks to make sure, like, so sometimes if you happen to be in a situation where you're really doing them a favor and it's something they want, you have a little bit more leverage there.
True.
But,
And our lawyers always are
right,
poking around to seeing what you, but you know, government is a little bit different.
Yeah.
And you're not gonna necessarily get that, you know, acquiescence, so to
Yeah.
speak, by the, interviewing. You know, they wanna get it out, they're in time pressures,
yeah,
and, you're not, you know, it's not a business scenario.
right.
Anyway, I was wondering if
Sometimes-
if you're asking for any of that.
Yeah, I mean, occasionally with like, I'm trying to think of the park record, I don't know that they would necessarily agree too much to that, but. You know, you can always ask and you could maybe take a minute, like, if a PR person asked, they'd be like, you know, we can't do that. But, you know, if you asked and they don't see you as like a super sophisticated, like, media trained person, they're just like, oh, I'm just interviewing so-and-so community member, you might be able to, you certainly could ask without causing any problems, and you just be prepared that they, the likely scenario that they'll say no, but never hurts to ask. So on the print and online, usually usually it's recorded, and it's not live, so that's kind of nice, it takes a little bit of the pressure down. I would say typically those interviews last 15 to 30 minutes, and from that, they're hoping to get 1 or 2 sound bites or, you know, lines they can quote in a longer article. And there is a bit of more opportunity in this scenario to do some follow-up and kind of provide, if needed, some clarification post-interview, although that's kind of another potential minefield. Ideally, you've done your job and delivered your messages and there's no clarification, but if there needs to be some follow-up, there's a little bit more leeway in that format. Obviously, broadcast, it can either take place, you know, in studio, on site at your, you know, place of business or event site, or also like by Zoom virtually. And you always want to ask up front. This is something like if you have a PR person, they'll do it, but if you're just PRing yourself, you'll want to do this. Always ask, like, what's the format? Is this live? Is it taped? As much information as you can have going into it, so you're well prepared. How long will it be? Da, da, da. So it's okay to ask all those questions ahead of time before you agree to do the interview. And so in this particular case with TV, sometimes it's live, sometimes it's taped, sometimes it's in studio live, but knowing that is helpful. If it's assuming that it's a package they're putting together, it's taped and it's not a live segment of some kind, you know, you can imagine that maybe they're doing a 30-second story on it and they're looking for 1 or 2 quick, you know, 8-second sound bites or something, you know. And then with broadcast, all news really now, but broadcast in particular, there's always a very fast turnaround time, and it's, you know, usually that day. And you really, you know, they're looking for something 5 minutes ago when they call you. So, and then, you know, often like now, another channel, which I think is a great place to tell stories is via podcasts. And, you know, they're longer format, they're usually more chit chatty. There's usually, you know, going into it that there's a specific theme or focus or something about the podcast that makes it make sense for you to be a guest. And so, you know, often it's sort of a more narrow vertical view into an industry or something. And so, you know, that can be helpful, and you have much more time typically to prepare for that type of an interview. So those are some thoughts about the formats. Do you want to advance the next one? So,
And how,
oh, yeah.
I ask one more
Of course.
question, you know, because I think sometimes you get pushed into interviews, whether it's in business or, you
Right.
know, pushing back, any suggestions on that, your advice, because, like, oh, we need to do this to close this because we've got to get this out in the press tomorrow.
Right.
And I say, hey, BS, you know, you got more issues coming up.
Right.
Any advice to us on that?
I mean, one thought I have, you know, from the other public sector companies, or sorry, and private sector, it kind of depends on where you sit in an organization, right? So, you know, if you're the CEO, it's your prerogative to say no to interviews, and certainly, I mean, really, if you're aligned on what the strategy is, hopefully internally, maybe there shouldn't be too much internal disagreement. The only time I see it a lot is, this is actually funny, Polly, the attorney, sometimes I always joke that PR people give terrible legal advice and lawyers give terrible PR advice. So the most common advice, and it's because like I would say, don't let silence be your story, particularly in a crisis. I've been more times than I can count, like with whoever the decision maker is, the CEO or the college president, mayor, whoever. And the attorney and I are in the room and we're all trying to come together on how we're gonna handle this crisis. And I'm saying we need to put something out, we need to like rip the band off, quickly say this, and reporter say, I'm sorry, the lawyer say nothing. Like everything is problematic, you know, do not, silence is fine, and I'm like, yeah, but then everybody else is going, so and it's the job of, you know, the executive to weigh both. With some advice and find some compromise that makes no sense, but
Yeah, follow up, should we text you if we have a second, we can push it back for 30 minutes, say, hey, Helen, we're, you know, here's what's cooking.
right.
You know, any advice?
Yeah, well, if we're talking about here for the town and you're.
Yeah, for the town.
Yeah, you know, what I would always suggest, I know that like it's a little bit because some of you probably have some relationships that exist already with reporters. So you wouldn't wanna, it might not feel natural to put like the PR person for the town in the middle of it, but it's a really helpful, if you wanna make use of me as a resource, it's super helpful to give yourself a buffer. So, a funny example, I have this wonderful CEO that I work for, and he is like, I mean, amazing. He's a brilliant, brilliant man. And one time we were doing some interview and he goes, Helen, when are you gonna take the training wheels off and let me do these interviews without you? And I said, never, like, you're never going to have the training wheels off because you just need somebody else like listening and like, it's just helpful. So, you know, likewise, if you got a call from a reporter, another thing you could say, besides I'm about to walk into the meeting is, can I have our PR person call you back and they'll figure out like how to move back to you. I want to be responsive, but I have a stack day. And so you could kind of just, you know, and then you just get their name and number and text me or, you know, or Jan, or, you know, and like we can follow up and then we can figure out exactly what they're after and come back and help you prepare. And, you know, so that can be helpful as well. Yeah, so I think it's helpful, but obviously you'll have to make the call because you all have your own, you know.
Well, prior to this year, I think we have had that silence message going on where we just didn't issue anything. It was very difficult. I mean, maybe on a few things, but that was our position for a long time.
Do reporters ever listen in on your meetings?
Sure.
Do they identify themselves as a reporter or no?
In public, or the public,
Yeah.
they can listen in, they can record us.
No, I just wondered, we always had, in the town that I came from, there was always a reporter at the
Yes.
town meetings.
For a long time, we seemed to always have a reporter, but now everything's sort of quieted down for the moment, so.
And they don't have to identify themselves, they usually
they
do.
Right.
And the other thing is that because we have it on YouTube,
Yeah,
they could
Yeah.
listen to it
Right,
later.
anytime.
Right, so they're not just sitting
Right.
there anymore.
Yeah.
waiting.
yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right, that since we are on YouTube, that has changed.
This
Sometimes you'll see KPCW come up on
Yeah.
attendee list. you
Well,
know,
the local
so they
people do
identify.
seem to identify themselves,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
we wouldn't know if they didn't, right, but when they do.
And I think, you know, if I was sitting in their situation, that should be good practice, you know, why wouldn't you identify yourself, you know, what are you trying to pull out from this?
Well, we're trying to get away from
Uh-huh.
the old knee-jerk reaction, which everybody just clam up.
Right.
And we're trying to come up with a
Yeah.
appropriate media strategy now
Uh.
for the town, to get the good messages out.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
we only got bad press forever, because those are the only messages. that came out.
Right. So, and so there's kind of two different things there. There's, like we were talking about a minute ago, proactive and reactive media coverage. And so you want to take advantage of all of it. So the proactive is certainly us pitching stories and doing events and press releases and all that, which we should do. And then, and anytime, and we've done a few of these, I think, very successfully, from my vantage point, where we've had, you know, particularly when it related to some of the decisions of the Utah Supreme Court and things like that, where we've gotten those calls from reporters and we've sort of circled and put together a statement so that we didn't let silence be the message. And the key there is getting it out before their deadline so that they can include it in the story and not, you know, doing 100 rounds of editing and then you miss their deadline, you don't get it, you know what I mean? So some of it's like just an urgency of, but we've, I think, done that pretty successfully in the last, from the 6 months or so that, you know. So, the other thing that, you made me think of with that question and comment around, like, do reporters listen in on, you know, public meetings, which often, so another client of mine, which is a different town, this literally just came up, and they also have a lot of crisis stories that come out. They were planning for a council meeting and a topic that was rolling out that was gonna be pretty dicey and a pretty controversial discussion among the council members themselves. And they typically get, they don't always, but they often get reporters online or in person. And so my coaching to them as we were sitting around was, so I, based on the particulars of this, they wanted to have a certain message out there, but there wasn't time, and the way the process was happening to just issue a press release wasn't the right technique. So we planned key messages for their comments in the public meeting. So thinking about that too, if you're speaking and thinking about that as another kind of thing. So just even as you're thinking of your key messages on a particular issue, if you're just making comments in a meeting that may be or is being covered by the media. It's also and it was smart of me to do that because the reporter never asked anyone a single question and wrote the whole story based on the comments people made inside the meeting just talking. So, a couple more, and tell me on time, are we okay on time?
We're a little
Oh,
over.
oh,
I know we started late, but.
Okay, I'll try to go quick. And like I said, you'll get all this, so I'll go a little bit quicker and we'll get, always kind of try to follow reporters' lead and read their tone and, if they jump into the questions really quick, they're probably on a tight deadline and, just getting to the point on things is good. So let's keep going real quick. Some video interview techniques. I'm gonna let you all, because we're gonna make this available to everyone that attends, so you can just read these, but I think this is all pretty straightforward and we've talked about some of it, so let's keep going.
Use a crib sheet.
That's like printing out your key messages.
Oh.
Yeah, that's another term for, just like having your little note. To the extent you can. A crib sheet. Yeah. Okay, no, you're fine. So if you're in studio and you're like, on a show, a local morning show or something like that, getting there early, making sure you're familiar with like the studio environment. I would also advise, like, in this kind of situation, like, you don't have to be this perfect expert all the time. Like, you can say to the producer who's helping, like, oh, I'm a little nervous, like, what can you help me? What should I know? And they'll be usually very responsive, and they want you to be successful on a show and doing interviews. So they'll say, oh, well, just they'll ask this and this and that, and they'll kind of slow it down a little, like give you some extra tips. And so that's like being sort of like a little bit almost like humble and like authentic about it is okay. Like, you don't have to be perfect robot, all the time with this stuff. I'll let you, we'll keep going because I've got just some things you've asked I want to get to. We've talked, somebody else mentioned this, like, when you're doing a pertinent reporter, you're saying that's a good question, or, things like that. You, asking for clarification, always repeating, let's keep going. I think we've gone. Oh, this is a big one. A lot of times I swear people see it on TV and in movies, they'll say, they'll either say like, that's, what's the common phrase? I'm looking it off the record, but no, I'm thinking they'll say no comment. That's like, and I always say, don't say no comment. There's other ways you can say that and finesse it, but no comment is like off-putting and it's sort of like, as opposed to saying, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not the best person to answer that question. I'm not in the right, I don't have the information, just to finesse it a little bit more. Because I think people like say it because they see it on TV or in movies. So anyway, be friendly, but don't joke. And let's see, I think most of this we've gotten to in some form, so I'll let you read this. Let's keep going. Radio interview, similar, radio is a pretty typical scenario you might find yourself in because of course, KPCW. So finding out ahead of time if the format of the interview, is it gonna be live, is it gonna be taped? Usually it's taped, but you never know. Are you gonna be asked to go in studio? Usually they'll come to you or you'll do it by phone. So the phone techniques we talked about, having your messages printed out, it's great for radio. And then the other thing to keep in mind about radio is, and it's so hard, and everyone who hears themselves on a radio interview, it's like the worst fun, they hear your own voice. And yes, the filler words that we all say that we don't realize we say until we listen to ourselves on a radio interview. But it just first, obviously it's not the greatest, but it kind of implies some uncertainty on your part too, because but really what you're doing is trying to think about your answer. So that's a big one. Another very important tip that's here, and it's true, I would say across just about every interview, particularly print, is to be very comfortable with silence between questions. And does anybody know why does anybody want to? So a technique that often reporters will use if they're trying to get a better soundbite or a line is we all have this social, pressure that we want to fill those silent moments, so you'll just keep talking. So often a reporter will ask you a question, you'll answer it, and then they won't say anything for a minute, and you'll just sit there and it's silent. And so then your instinct, it's normal human instinct, is to keep talking and filling that silent. And then with that keep talking period is when you'll say the wrong thing, be off message, say the less filtered thing. So what I always advise people is answer the question and then let it be silent and wait them out. And I've had more people say, after I'll give them that prep, and then they'll go do an interview, and they'll say, I saw that, they totally did that, and I just sat there because you told me to sit there. And then it just gives you more control. So just let it get comfortable with moments of silence throughout an interview, so we'll keep going.
I've also used, are we good now?
Yeah, yeah,
So-
yeah, did you get everything?
Yeah, did you get everything?
Yeah.
They gotta get off the topic.
Yeah, the other,
Otherwise, you're right, because I'll do, I've been in this situation, going, oh, I'm just talking right off the cuff here, and that's not, that's not really good for
Right.
what I was trying to make.
right, the other way to strategize that is if you think it's gonna be something that's like a little dicey and you're gonna wanna get in and out and just say what you wanna say and not give them too much. I'll often tell a reporter, oh, I'm sorry, council member so-and-so, mayor so-and-so, they only have 5 or 10 minutes to do this interview really quick. They're really on a tight schedule. So then they're like, oh, okay, I gotta get my questions. And then when you say, I'm so sorry, I've gotta go, and you delivered your messages, and then shorter interviews are just gonna always be better if you can get them. So, so bridging is something we kind of briefly talked about. So that's where I would, one way of thinking about it, you answer the question you wished you were asked, not the one you were actually asked, but it's a technique to help you stay on message, and it kind of allows you to deflect, attempts to derail your message, but it's really just about using some kind of phrases to take you from one place or one topic to another and to sort of make that transition from the question they've asked you and a quick response to try to not make it seem like you're totally ignoring their question, but then quickly to bridge you back to the messages and the story you want to tell. So the key to this technique, and I'll give you some examples in a second, is quickly answering the question as short and as uninteresting and not soundbite worthy as you possibly can, like, oh yeah, that's true, but da, 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 and then bridging to, or what you gotta remember is, or the bigger picture here is, blah, blah, and then you're getting. So let's go to the next phrase here. So here are some examples. There's two kind of ways people talk about it, bridging and blocking phrases. So some of you have brought some of these up, but like, oh, I'm glad you asked me that because it reminds me that I wanted to make sure I mentioned death to you, and then you get to your key message, or, oh, what's really important to remember is blah, blah, blah. Another way, just things like, well, let me put it into perspective, oh, that reminds me, da, 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 what is really important to keep in mind is, or but, or however, but you get the idea that you're just trying to connect as quickly as you can back to your key messages and make it seem authentic and not super manufactured, but yet be manufactured. So, and then the other related technique they call is flag planting, and that's really during the interview when you want to really make sure they get their attention back on your key message or the key point you're trying to get across. And so, and again, it's about repeating the messages, but it's also about like calling it out. And so flag planting is like, so, remember as you're, say they've asked you a question, you're answering the question. So you're saying to the reporter, the most important thing to remember here is X, or really the biggest takeaway on this whole story is blah. And that helps them. I mean, it helps guide them. It really does do just what we're calling it, flag planting. Or sometimes if it's like a story that's covered a lot and it's not just one, you'll say, a lot of the reports have really missed the broader story here, and it's blah, blah, blah. And then you're getting your, or, let me illustrate this, or I can't speak to that in detail right now, but what I can tell you is blah, blah, blah. So those are just some techniques to keep the interview focus where you want it to be. And to prepare for that, you want to always, like in all of these interviews, think about your key messages ahead of time, make sure they're concise and impactful, and they're short, 2 to 3 at the most. And then just being clear and assertive in your language, being comfortable to pause, like, sometimes just a little bit of like dead air time is okay, just to kind of, call attention and emphasis to a point you're trying to make, especially on the radio. And then, just like I said, repetition during the interview, subtly weaving your key messages in over and over again, even if you feel like you've said them until you're sick of saying them, and tying all your responses to the extent you can back to those key messages to keep it central to the discussion. And I think it's helpful in many ways, but it's also helpful for the reporter because then they know like this is the thing that's really important to focus on this particular item. Okay, let's keep going. Storytelling keeping in mind that like it's all about storytelling at the end of the day. And so the way to think about this advice is there's a way you can, particularly in longer form interviews, you can use a really good story or a good example or a good analogy that totally relates to your key messages to reinforce a point. You know, stories are always more compelling than data points. So if there's, you know, a memorable example or, you know, it just depends on the story or a relatable kind of really human interest kind of detail that you can share about, you know, if it's a policy at the town, but then there's a human story of a neighbor who got to that part of it can be really helpful to reinforce the message that you're trying to convey. And then sometimes it can help clarify a complex issue or make a point just clearer and more impactful. If you can just quickly, and don't spend all your time on a story, but if you can just kind of weave those in here and there to really, that can be helpful. So we talked about not repeating questions back to reporters because it kind of gives them a chance to put words in your mouth and bearing in mind, like we said, their job is to ask tough questions. And so when you're preparing, think about what the tough questions could be. What do critics say? How do you respond to an allegation? Yada, yada. And then very important, even if it's the toughest question that you were not prepared to answer, you don't want to answer, try not to come across as defensive or emotional, just always just be calm and composed and, you know, non-defensive, because that's gonna, you know, just if you have to take a deep breath or pause and just be thoughtful and honest, it's just gonna read better and the optics are much better. Okay, I'm trying to go fast. So in summary, power of media coverage, we talked about all this, but it's credibility, trust, visibility, helps build your reputation. So that's why it's worth it to do this earned media work, even though you have less control and it can sometimes be arduous and all the other things. And then I think we've got one more conclusion slide. I'll let you read this because I know we're 2:20 yet. But you know, after every media interview, it's always helpful to get feedback. So if you would like feedback on an interview, I'm always happy to watch it and give it to you if it's in the context of Hideout. But everybody needs feedback. It's never like it's like we all can get better all the time, and so that can be helpful sometimes. And you know, just keep practicing and, you know, hopefully this gives you sort of some new tricks and tips and kind of a roadmap to help hone your skills when you do these interviews going forward. And, you know, you got this. So with that, I will wrap because I know we're at 2:20 and I know we've got another big agenda ahead of us. So thank you. And you can keep this or turn it off, but then my next presentation is following on the same deck. So yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so next on the agenda, we have Chris Campbell from Mountain Mediation. And he's associated with Park City Leadership. They came out with a Let's Talk campaign. Park City Manager thinks it's one of the best projects to come out of Park City Leadership. Chris, and maybe from there.
Yeah, why don't we take 5 minutes, reset,
Break, stretch your legs.
and then Karen has
A
some.
lot of information.
Sure, I am, sure I am. I'm still sure next to you. Let's come.
Yeah.
That's the pretty company.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were going to sit down and I just got back here and now I'm like, oh, we sit back here.
Yeah. You've got a laptop, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Is it a C? Oh, I can see it.
It's okay.
Hey, Randall.
Okay, here, let's see these.
Oh, you've got these.
Just like the time we're like, oh, no, that's correct. The 1800 or?
Like it's got all the things.
Perfect, I will get me one.
What do I do with it?
Here, put it on here.
Yeah.
And there is a pointer back behind the thing if you want to remote switch the slides. It's right behind the TV right there. That's why. Just see if it'll. It's,
Yeah.
all right.
No, I just went online and checked it out.
For one ticket.
For one ticket, right now. Yeah. Is it the library?
I might say that. Sure, I forgot to. It's something time to.
Yes. Don't get Steve, I don't know.
You want me in?
Hey, Steve. No, so, have you done it on?
I don't really know.
Oh. Oh. What are we doing? Oh, gosh.
Well, like the online, that was a watching party, everybody donated and it's all buying tickets for everything.
Yesterday was out.
I got that dance for, yeah.
We're better than you are.
I have to fill that out.
You're very, thank you. I don't want to get you guys in trouble. Because I have to be the one that responds to you. And I'm like, don't think we do this.
All right, I'm gonna look it over.
Okay.
Now. I do not need not to do it.
I know. Well, Jonathan took one look at it yesterday and it was like, yeah, to get back with you. So he takes it home and he has a whole separate sheet for all our stuff and stuff. I'm like, we not discuss.
And I'm gonna add stuff. I guess.
You have to.
I don't have it. I don't need to do it. My husband does. Director of it does.
No, I don't think so.
I don't. So, and that's getting covered. Yep, another good reason why I.
I do have to publish his name though, spouse's name.
Yeah, I guess.
Total. I didn't see that. My dad is this thing. You know, there's, I planned to ask a question about.
The display one is staying here, so my notes are staying
Know what's going on. All along, how it was it? Everyone is and that side, that's reminds me of because they really, that was the other thing they did. Like, okay, they
Sorry, I'll just do this. Let's say two of them are relevant. They don't have.
Right now. I, you know, because I said thought it wasn't being done. You know, and I think.
I heard even different. And I'm like, well, you know,
I'm glad that. I was told here 5 times. You got to. They go, you know, what.
oh, no, well, I.
Yes.
We had it all set up nice.
And, you know.
What happened here?
And then we'll start.
Yes.
They do that, we're gonna get back on their talking. It's awesome.
Our insurance, welcome everybody, we'll get started here, so we, got everything.
There you go. Down. That's okay. Push the bottom. Push the bottom. There you go. It's like a play.
Those are our 4th grade teacher skills. I haven't developed the teacher, yeah, I don't have the teacher voice yet, so. My 5th grade class is Olive Gardens, and the 5th graders respond breadsticks. It was amazing.
I thought, you know what, this is probably the people that are gonna be playing around this.
So my name's Chris Campbell. I'm the program director at
Thanks
Mountain
for keeping me
Mediation
on.
Center. Mountain Mediation is an organization that works to prevent conflict, resolve disputes, and improve communication for a more inclusive community. As Jan was saying, the leadership class 29 developed the training that we're going to give today as part of their class project. And they wanted to make sure that that class project lived on. Deborah and I helped them with their content as they were developing the training and worked with them over the course of that project. And then it was a very natural fit then for them to hand the project off to Mountain Mediation for our stewardship and being able to continue to present it to the community going forward. So we as a Mountain Mediation organization are primarily focused on serving Summit and Wasatch counties through our mediations, landlord tenant work, and then these communications trainings. So that's a bit about, you guys know where the restrooms are, where the food is. Go through that pretty quick.
The cookies are really good.
These are good, yeah, help yourself. We're gonna go straight through this 2-hour-ish, hour and a half-ish. We wanna make sure we get through the stuff, so we'll try to be respectful of the time as we can. So we're not gonna take a break in the middle. If you need to get up and use the restroom and grab another cookie or whatever, feel free to do that as you will. And I want to explain a little bit about why I'm here and why I'm interested in working with a mediation organization. So I grew up as a middle child in a family and kind of naturally took, if you look at some of the family dynamics, I was definitely that mediator role in my family, helping to navigate that. Not necessarily with the best communication skills though. Our family likes to put on a good front. My mom wanted to be able to talk about issues, but didn't really know how, so we just didn't talk about them. We just presented like everything was okay. But you kind of knew as a kid things were okay, but you didn't know how to talk about it or address it, and there was just kind of this relative stuff. And, it seemed to kind of work for us, but I always wondered, is there a better way? Can we figure out how to talk about and address some of these things, not just hide and pretend it's all okay. So that really has driven my interest in coming together and learning, first for myself, how can I communicate better about things? And then as I've learned that, how can I share that with others to make this all?
My name is Deborah McGraw, and I've worked with Mountain Mediation for about, I think, 11 years now. It sounds weird now since COVID, but I am a mediator. I'm registered with the court. I have, I'm also what's called a master facilitator. So what really excites me is helping people just hear each other, just listen, right? Just talk to each other. I got into mediation because I was actually taking a class with a woman, and she was so calm. And so, I was like, what do you do for work? And she said, I'm a mediator. And I was like, I want to do that, because every question that was thrown at her, it was just so easy. She didn't take offense. I'm sure you guys have heard of nonviolent communication, all of these kind of things. So I'm really bringing a lot of our mediation and restorative justice practices into the workplace, which has been really, really beneficial. So I just love it. So a lot of what we do is about peacemaking, right? And how do we hear other people? How do we get along? How do we find common ground, right? So has anybody in here had a difficult conversation before?
It's not over yet.
Yeah, maybe. So this is to help us improve getting through those in a way that helps us connect and stay connected and build community. And by the way, this is going to be very interactive. So introverts be prepared and extroverts be patient. Okay.
All right, so we'll talk a little bit about what the format is gonna be. We're gonna talk a little bit more about difficult conversations, and then and do kind of the most of our talking up front. And then we're gonna go into 4 modules, and each of those modules will talk about the skill, we'll give you some information, and then we're gonna have that interactive this session. Okay, so we're gonna talk today self-awareness, active listening, finding common ground, and communicating to connect. And so, yeah, so we're gonna just be diving into that. It'll be 20 to 30 minutes per module or so. And then I'm gonna get ready to engage with people. You guys might find places where you agree a lot with each other or places where you disagree more than you realize. But this is a chance to really talk with and get to know each other. So we're gonna ask you over the course of the day to participate in conversations with different people. Try not to pick the same person all the time. We'll be watching. I don't know who needed that warning. Sometimes I would give that, but it felt necessary. So whoever you are that needed that, there you are. Again, yeah, we're gonna ask introverts to step out of your comfort zone a little bit, participate more. And we're gonna ask extroverts to make space for each other for those conversations and to participate. Let's see, yeah, keep an open mind and have fun.
So icebreaker.
So we're gonna start. You have a colored dot. What we'd like you to do is find somebody who has a different colored dot than yours. And feel free to stand up, move around the room, and share with each other what your favorite childhood candy is. Oh, I need to give this warning. This is the key warning for the training. You guys are gonna hopefully enter into a number of very good conversations over the course of this training. And the point of this training is to practice the skills and not to have amazing conversations. And so we're gonna cut your amazing conversations short and interrupt a lot and ask you to come back to the space. And that might be a little bit frustrating for you because you'll find this engaging. So but please be aware and listen for when it's time to come back so that we can continue to go on. And then there will be time afterwards or later for you guys to continue the amazing conversations later.
Feel free to exchange information so you can keep your conversations going later.
Exactly. But we are going to be interrupting and pulling you back in. So yeah, so with that, please find somebody with a different colored dot. What is your favorite childhood candy or treat?
These people.
Yes. Reese's.
Candy corn. I need to say anything about candy corn. I'll fight with you. I take a
But
video.
it has to be, it has to be rocks.
That's like rocks. You have to stick it in your teeth like vampire fangs before you go, hey, look at me. And and then you eat it. My wife and I did last night. Obviously, it's so working. Real quick. So-
So I would put smart. I mean, just to cover.
So I was talking to real estate now, Jerry Jacobs, they went into the partnership. So, exposure of business interests, never had more of a job out of business interest, but only a company that's trying to get contracts in line. And then, exposure of. Obviously, they don't.
They just want to stay inside. I'm assuming, big assumption, but I'm assuming they were $5,000 to Delta. Just, I know, like $5,000.
It's spent $5,000, but actually, less than that.
I guess Candy's even.
Money to save.
Yeah.
Basically, a repeat.
Next question.
And it's the only stock room that's not a machine.
About all the time when we tell you these things, you're hearing a lot of things, like a lot of things to you all the whole day, right? It's a lot. So why are you here? Like, what brings you here? Do you know what you hope to accomplish by listening to this Let's Talk? And if you have an idea of that, just jot down what you feel like your goals might be for today, or just hold in your mind what you're hoping. You've heard about Let's Talk. We had a great introduction. So like, what are you hoping to accomplish? And you don't have to say it now, but we'll kind of revisit this at the end. So if you have any ideas right now, just sort of note them to yourself and see how you feel. And, okay, here we go. So we have been taught, as you know, especially those of you in public life, that effective communication means being right. Right? And that's, you know, it doesn't, you know, winning. Yeah, winning is the, that's how you effectively communicate, is if you're right and you win, then that was effective, right? So, we want to convince instead of communicate, right? We want to be heard instead and not listen. And so there, you know, like, can you recall times when you tried to really convince somebody and did it ever work? Did it work for you to try to be convinced? And how about yelling? Like yelling, super effective with kids, don't you think? Right? Yeah. And so, and so what we want to do today is we want to, what this is all about, we call it communicating to connect. And what we're saying is staying in relationship. How do we stay in relationship, even with people that we're seemingly on opposite ends of an issue with, right? Because that's what it's all about, theoretically in the end.
Awesome. So we talked a little bit about how you had a difficult conversation already. Let's talk about, you know, maybe the setting. I think we've all noticed that it seems like things are getting more and more contentious and divisive and harder in the general public sphere to talk with things. There's a sense that there are important issues out there, but we're not sure how to talk about it only without making it worse somehow. You know, some examples we have up here: water, you know, Democrats and Republicans, traffic, family.
We can all agree on
conversations.
traffic, I'm just saying.
We can all agree that it's awful, but we don't know what to do about it.
Yeah, right.
We don't have to talk about that. So let's talk a little bit about what are some of your difficult conversations, on topics, what types of things are hard to talk.
Gun control. You know the one I'm talking, yeah.
Apparently not ready. Just using red because they're hard. Okay. Yep, next.
Well, just politics and religion, just take those two.
That's.
Yeah.
And I just like
Huh?
those two, like, when you go to family dinner, you don't talk about politics or religion.
And I'm
So
gonna
that you
put those
can have a nice
together.
family dinner.
Because now this is a
Because
thing.
politics has become religion.
Right.
In some places.
Right, vice versa.
Right, right, right.
Anybody else?
Money,
Money. Big green.
health.
Health.
Insurance, whether that's HOA, homeowners insurance, or your own health insurance.
Fire insurance.
Yeah,
like
fire
all the
insurance, yeah.
insurance.
That's parenting.
Oh.
How about elderly?
Yes, elder
Shout out
care.
Mustang Development.
What's
Shout out Mustang Development. Mustang Development.
We're not putting that on.
What kind of development?
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
How about, can we put development, would that be?
I agree.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
We'll work into the specifics later, that's the advanced level, we'll start with the.
Because there's multiple developments.
There we are. We're gonna develop this training.
See, now you got me in trouble.
All right, anything else?
Anything else that comes up?
Lack of communication.
Oh, that's a good one.
My significant other.
Yeah, right.
How to communicate about the fact that you don't talk to me anymore.
You're such a terrible communicator. What do you have to say about that? Nada. Okay.
All right, before we get going, we like to start with ground rules to just set the space for how we can respect each other as we delve into some of these conversations. So who here? Yeah, this is me doing this.
Yeah.
Because I know you like to do the ground rules.
I do generally do the ground rules.
Right. Who here has used ground rules before in a conversation? Well, you've got some experience. What do you like about them and what you find is effective?
Well, with the right ground rules, you can avoid triggering somebody's, hot button. You can stay away from issues that aren't gonna be helpful and turn somebody from logical to emotional, which just gets in the way of finding a solution.
Any other thoughts?
Provides the guardrails around what you're not gonna do and what you on my topic for, so. And it can shorten things up as well, because gives you some focus. Work sometimes, doesn't take other time.
Now, these are the ground rules we like to use. One of the challenges we recognize, especially when we're in a public setting, is things like confidentiality get to be a little bit tricky. But one of the keys with that is to take the lessons that you learned here and share them and try to leave the individual person, so-and-so said this, or can you believe so-and-so said that? Say, oh.
Unless you think I'm amazing, then we can share that all over the place.
Right. Incentive, right here.
One of the most difficult ones is accepting non-closure. And this is more relevant when you're actually in a circle setting and you're trying to resolve an issue or just have a conversation. A lot of times there's no, the only point of the entire conversation is to hear each other. There's no resolution, there's no plan, there's no action item. And that can be really challenging because we're not taught that. We're taught that if you talk, there's an action. There's an A and then there's a B, and we move forward through it. And sometimes we're just talking and we're just learning about each other, right?
As a problem solver, a mathematician by nature, this idea of not always having to reach an answer or conclusion has been challenging for me to learn and powerful. So as you look through this list, is there anything you have questions on, anything you think is missing? Or maybe is inappropriate and should be removed? If you're good with it, can you give some thumbs up that you agree to work with these? So, that's all the front matter. Now we're, oh, not too bad. So we're gonna go into our first module, which is self-awareness. And self-awareness here, we do not mean in this context, the sort of Zen oneness with myself and the universe sort of self-awareness, but we're talking here more about a conscious knowledge and understanding of our own feelings, motives, biases, desires, the way that we show up into a conversation, or the way that we might be triggered when we're in a conversation and get out of ourselves a little bit. So we really want to develop our understanding of how we show up. Oh. Else was it? Like less philosophical experiences. We're good. All right, we can just dive in. So the hardest part of the Let's Talk training, and I'm very impressed with how everybody's been doing, is to resist the temptation to read that little slip of paper that you were given. Don't look at it yet, but in a moment, we're gonna look at it, all right? And what we want you to do is, as you read that slip of paper, pay attention to what you feel. Okay? So if you take them out and you read them, pay attention to what you feel. Did anybody not get some? You have some? Anybody that needs one?
I don't know, I feel like I'm not one of the Starbelly speeches.
I might have a dot, just like. It's just not okay.
No.
Oh, you need a dot?
Yeah, let's get it done.
It's okay, I don't have a dot either.
Oh.
Yeah, you're with the cool kids.
Special
Yeah,
kids.
you can get a dot.
Okay, so did everybody read their piece of paper?
Thank you.
Did you notice how you feel in your body when you read it? That's what we really wanna focus on. How'd you feel when you read it? How'd you feel in your body?
How did you, yeah, how did that make you feel?
Yeah, without reading out what you had, give me some
Sorry,
body
we
figures.
can do that, hold on. You're getting ahead of ourselves.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting ahead of him, is what's happening,
Because we
sorry.
have them read it out first.
See, this is introvert, extrovert, and.
Right, you know what?
Like, are we done yet? Okay.
We got this. Yeah, so, does anybody want to read what's on your paper out loud? Recognize.
I'll start. Police should be immune from prosecution.
Anybody else? Police should be immune from prosecution.
Anyone else?
The age you can buy alcohol should be increased to 25.
The age you can buy alcohol should be increased to 25. Now, we want to be clear, this is not anything that anybody necessarily believes or agrees with. Or maybe does, maybe doesn't.
on you.
Right,
Yeah.
you're reading your slips of paper.
Yeah,
Mine says society is now racist towards white people.
Say these are racist towards white
Eating meat is unethical.
people. One time we did this, and the person who got that was literally a butcher, no.
Butcher.
Meat processor.
Also, death with dignity, elective assisted suicide should be legal. That one hit a little too close down.
Yeah, so that brings us to the point of this exercise, if I may.
Which is the name first, how you feel,
Yeah.
what do you feel right now when you've heard these various things?
Yeah, what words come up when you hear this stuff? Uncomfortable. I kind of feel offended by a couple of them.
Outrage.
Outrage, yeah.
I might agree with a couple.
You know what? I don't feel anything. Because we've heard all this before and now it's like numb,
So numb, so you kind of shut
Oh,
off
that's
to
interesting.
numb.
It's also very black and white, like mine says abortions should always be legal. So always, you know, it's like either you fully take this side or you don't. So the way it's phrased is pushes you into
Yeah.
either this end of the ring or that end of the ring.
Yeah.
How does it feel to be pushed like that into?
Doesn't feel
the side?
good. Yeah.
I felt like Chris, it didn't bother me because we've heard this a lot.
But I have my point of view, which I don't, obviously don't agree with. To more, some more to some, I disagree with more than others, you know, on a kind of a spectrum. But just honestly, not, I'm sorry to say that.
But they all can have a debate, you know, I mean, everyone.
They're all controversial.
Well, so you had something that hit close to home, so how did it make you feel to?
It made me sad,
Yeah.
because it affected somebody I really, really loved.
Yeah.
And it was a very rough time. We lost 4 family members already in a short period of time, and then this person decided to go ahead and go through with it.
Yeah.
And she didn't want to talk to any of the grandkids or anything. She just her mind was made up, she cut everybody out and just followed through with it.
Yeah, so personal. So now, how did you,
So these are a lot of feeling words that we've been feeling, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lots of discomfort, sadness, numbness,
anger?
anger. Let's
I
take
think
a
the
minute.
numbness is dulling the anger, because there's like
Mm,
anger that never goes away.
Right, a low
It's in
level.
there. Oh, yeah, it's constant.
So the numbness might almost be protecting from that.
Yeah.
But let's go now into what that feels like in our body. What are the physical sensations we feel when we're feeling numb or sad or angry? How does that show up in your body?
Well, anger.
Heart rate goes up.
Yep,
Mhm.
not sleeping.
Breathing goes up.
Breathing.
I always feel like I got punched in the gut, right? I always feel like that, you know, like that almost that hollow feeling in my gut, right?
Mhm.
Like icky. And sometimes some of the things I hear, I feel like I wanna throw up.
Any other feelings?
My throat tightens up, my voice is not good when I get upset.
Let's get started. My chest gets tight. I feel the jaw.
You guys are fun. I'm glad everybody warmed you up for us, because usually people are like,
So we're gonna talk about why this matters. When we feel these sensations, they can take us out of ourselves. And we're triggered to be harder for us to show up in a conversation the way we want to when we're having these strong emotional responses. But starting to be aware of how they show up for us physically can help us notice when we're being taken out of ourselves in some sense. And then we can figure out what to do about it.
and these three words, present, neutral, and grounded, can sound really like new agey and kind of airy fairy, but there's actually, they're quite, they're really great tools, actual tools. So present, right? Like if I'm having a conversation with somebody and they say to me, assisted suicide should never be questioned, right? Well, I'm gonna recognize that I have had now a physical reaction to that. So to be present in I can just get lost in my thoughts and be like, I hate what they're saying, this is so terrible. Or I can be like, wow, I really felt that was a gut punch for me. Okay, so let me stay present with what I'm feeling and still listen to that other person, right? Which takes us to the neutrality, which leads us right into the neutrality. Because if I'm neutral, I'm able to actually listen to what the other person is saying, right? So it's like, I so totally don't agree with, and I'm not saying that this is my opinion or not my opinion about that particular topic. I so don't agree with you. But I know I don't agree with you because I'm present with myself, but I'm listening. But I'm gonna stay neutral so I can hear you.
So the neutral doesn't mean not having a position,
Right.
but it means setting that aside a little bit to be neutral in the energy in the space.
Yeah, and the point theoretically of all of our conversations is to communicate, to connect, right? So I can't just be like, you're full of, you know, all the naughty words I can think of, and then I'm gonna not listen to you anymore, because we've lost now community, right? That doesn't build community. And so, and then being grounded, again, this is one of those words that's, you know, like, I'm so grounded, you know, ground yourself, be grounded, take off your shoes, you know, which I love all that stuff, don't get me wrong. But what we mean is, again, it's just staying in this presence and being neutral, and then knowing that, like, for me, I know that my goal of almost every conversation I have, not all of them, but almost every conversation I have, is to remain in community with the person I'm talking to. So I'm grounded in that desire to stay in community, right? Does that make sense? How those
It does if it's one-sided, but I mean, we're reading these flat pieces of paper, and it's not like some human is saying this to us
Mhm,
and then not neutral.
mhm,
And then we're supposed to stay neutral,
mhm.
and we're supposed to not react to their reaction.
I think supposed to is tricky for me, and I'll let Chris answer this as well, but I think supposed to is a little bit tricky for me because supposed to, not supposed to. I want to be able to stay as neutral as I can so that I can listen, right? Granted, I have a lens, I have a job, I have a desire, right? This is my profession, I want this to happen. So for me, that overrides a lot of what that person is saying, because really, we're just having a conversation, right? And even the decision makers, you know, those of you that are on council, you know, if we dramatically disagree with each other, there's still processing, like our conversation isn't gonna decide the outcome of something, right? So supposed to, I think, is a little,
It might determine the outcome.
it might, it might,
But I think
but
that,
there's processes after the conversation generally.
I think the idea here is about it being choice to show up into a conversation. So if you want to show up into a conversation a certain way, then it's choosing to stay in this frame of mind to set yourself up to be as successful as possible, kind of regardless of what the other person is doing. And you're right, it's much harder when somebody's saying those things to you.
Especially when
than
you're married to them.
Especially, right?
Isn't it funny how the people closest to us can push our buttons the most effectively?
So now, if you find yourself in that situation, how do you regulate yourself emotionally in a physical sense?
Okay, are we talking about professionally or at home? They're not the same.
They're not the same.
They are not the same.
Sometimes the techniques can be the same, or sometimes one is easier than the other.
Hmm.
But what can help you come back to a state of feeling present or neutral when you're feeling activated or feeling
At work, it's reminding myself that I respect the person I'm talking to. I want to hear what they have to say, even if we're on opposite sides. And, you know, I want to give them the space to get their ideas out. I want to not appear to be just like closed off. That's what gets me to listen. In fact, I'm thinking about a thing that happened yesterday. But,
So what'd you do in that moment?
what did I do in that moment?
Yeah, like, did you?
I stopped. I took a breath, because I said one thing, this other guy at work said something completely different.
And so
I
you-
stopped, I told him, okay, I heard what you said. I'm gonna sit with it for a minute, that kind of thing, instead of just reacting
so that
the way I
breath,
wanted to.
that taking space,
Taking breaths.
right? So when we're talking about having these physical reactions where our heart rate is up, but we're feeling tension in our throat, things like that, what else can we do to bring ourselves back physically? What else can we do?
I said count to 10, but that's what you said, pause.
I took a
Just
pause.
kinda-
It helped that we were on the phone and not on the video conference and not in person. It was easier to pause.
So you could do all the
Like a
eye
radio
rolling,
interview, easier to pause.
do all the eye rolling you wanted to do.
We have a principle, leadership principle at work, and it's basically one of a number of them, but in meetings, it's disagree and commit. So it's okay to disagree, and, but ultimately, out of it, you get consensus. And because you have to go on some course or another, in the business sense, you don't necessarily have to have that clarity in government, but, and oftentimes you do eventually.
Yeah.
no matter
So
what.
knowing that you have that guardrail, what do you do for yourself in a physical sense?
It pushes me to listen more to the other side when I know that ultimately the half a dozen execs coming out of this meeting are gonna say, we're gonna commit to this course of action. Usually that means commitment of people, resources, money, and your brand in many cases. So, when you have that principle behind your meeting, you know, it's easier to disagree, to some extent, because you know you're gonna come out of that with common ground. And that's not always the case that's an internal.
So you're able to remind yourself that you want to
Yeah.
listen in the moment and then create that
Yeah,
space.
but that would be great if we could say to someone else, like a business counterpart, to say the same thing. That's not so easy to do because they don't have the same mandates. But, you know, it's certainly a good principle because otherwise you can't create any progress. And, some people I noticed internally, some people get like really angry. It's like, that is the absolute wrong thing to do. But eventually they have to get behind, the larger consensus is usually.
And we'll get into this a little bit when we get into some of the finding common ground and things like that, like how to do some of that listening better and finding some of that space in the space of disagreement.
Yes.
What if you're talking to somebody that you're practicing these things, but they obviously, you're not gonna change their mind, your mind is not gonna get changed. How do you, well, I just clam up personally, but,
I think it's back to thinking about what is the intent of this conversation, what's your goal? If your goal is to change each other's minds and you're not getting anywhere, then it might not be worth continuing the conversation. If your goal is to continue to stay in relationship with that person, you can invite them into that. You can say, like, I wanna stay in a relationship with you, find a way to listen and seek understanding. And see if they're willing to join you in that. And if they are, great, then keep going. If not, then maybe like, okay, we can have this conversation a different day, or maybe this is not a conversation we can have together. So, and this kind of gets back to this poster a little bit, right? This is about how to set yourself up for success in these conversations. It doesn't mean that every conversation needs to or is going to work this way.
And with a hug.
So one of the techniques that we like to talk about for this is tapping. So, sometimes we've seen, like in the TV shows and things like that, a cop going up to, maybe they pulled somebody over and they're going into a situation all kind of puffed up and looking like this, right? But one of the things that they could actually be doing is just a slow tapping like this. There's a cross-body tapping. And the key is to just have your arms crossed, and it can be here, if you're sitting down on your legs. And what that does is it helps neurologically with your body to send some signals. And if you're going fast, that's a good signal to yourself, right? That you're a little revved up, and so you can slow your tapping down a little bit. And that can be one way to help self-regulate where you're at to find a spot breathing. So there's a number of these techniques.
Deep belly breathing is one. It activates the vagus nerve. So that helps calm your central nervous system. So taking a deep breath in through your nose and out into your belly and then out through your mouth.
Sorry, Mike.
It's a really good one. That heavy sigh is a really good one to help regulate your central nervous system. So, what you doing, Chris?
I'm gonna plug in my computer because I think that might keep it from continuing to shut off all the time.
So I think that with active listening, it's pretty obvious when it doesn't have, are we, okay, were you talking about, I think I'm jumping ahead.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
So active listening is our next module that we're gonna talk about, and I think we've all heard that term, active listening, right? And we all know when we're doing it, we all know when the person that we're talking to is doing it, and we all know when it's not happening, right? So we're gonna talk about some of the roles that it can play in what we're talking about, which is communicating to connect, and how important it is. It's very important. I'm gonna go ahead and say it's critical. That's me. That's my opinion. I think you agree.
And we just keep it around the time to make sure that we can get through. We've got 3 modules to go. So we'll try to be a little bit quicker with some of our back and forth so that we can have it and also get through.
Yeah, so earlier today, Chris, when I was on my way here, I was trying to figure out the best route to get here.
How's it going?
And I decided that I should maybe take a different road to get here, and I ended up at the circle at the bottom.
Oh, I've been in one of those circles, just the other day I was doing something like my kids and we were trying to get through one of those circles.
Okay. Okay, who hasn't had that happen, right? I love that story, it reminds me of a story about me.
All right, what did you just notice about which behaviors did you see were not great listening?
Looking at your phone.
Not looking at the person and turning away.
Not looking at the person, turning away. Anything else?
You're talking about yourself, when they're trying to get a message across to you and tell them.
Hijack the
something that's
conversation.
important. That's what it's called.
How hard was that to sit and watch?
It was funny. It was
What's funny is obviously, this is planned, right? It makes me uncomfortable. I'm like, dude,
Right, do you see
turn
how hard it
around,
was for
you know,
her to
like.
continue talking in that?
That's when you throw the eraser.
So I'm just like, whatever, that's what I do. Anyway, so you'll see people with fidget toys now, right? That can actually help with active listening, because some people just have trouble sitting still. They have trouble just focusing. So if we have something in our hands, sometimes that can be really effective to help us listen. Yeah, some people knit. Some people will tap their leg, it doesn't matter, like whatever works. I mean, we've all heard about neurodivergence and cultural differences and all these things, which, especially again, those of you and those of us who are public facing, we have to take all of this into account, right? And so, active listening, it's your body language, right? Like, where am I in space? Chris turned away from me. Clearly, he is not actively listening to me, right? He's actively ignoring me, which is annoying. So it's also like, where are my eyes? Am I looking at you? Am I looking at my phone? Am I staring off into space? Sometimes staring off into space is fine. Very rarely is looking at your phone okay, right? Active listening, am I present with you? Or am I just kind of looking at you, but you can tell that I'm not actually here? So, and what's happening, like, and then, to go there, because it's who I am, what's your energy, right? Is my energy here with you, or is my energy like, I'm hearing you, but I cannot wait to get out the door, right? We've all had that. Somebody's listening to you, but they're walking away as you're talking to them, right? So obviously, getting distracted, not caring, not liking the person, not agreeing with the person. These are all things that can come into our field to keep us from listening actively. Does that make sense? Do you guys have any questions about that? I mean, I feel like you've probably heard a lot about active listening. And it's kind of the basic critical piece.
The other thing that we talk about sometimes is the asking open-ended questions or reflecting back what you've heard somebody say. I think you said this, did I get that right? Having kind of that check-in to help demonstrate that you've been listening, and it gives a chance to, with that check-in, to say, oh, no, you didn't hear me right, I actually meant this, and then you can actually get deeper into the conversation. Sometimes when we're speaking, our first attempt doesn't say things as clearly as we want, so it's actually helpful for somebody to say, oh, this is what I heard, is that what you meant? And then it gives the speaker a chance to clarify as well.
And I believe that you're gonna hear some conflicting information, because one thing I heard was like, don't repeat the question. Different scenario, right?
Yeah.
This is, you're not communicating to connect necessarily in some circumstances, right? You're communicating to get an idea across. We're talking about communicating to connect.
I think that's really critical, because there are times where you might be communicating to convince, or you might be communicating to educate or share a message, right? So we're talking about the contexts where it's appropriate to have this sort of connecting.
Yeah. And there's nothing better. Well, there's some things, chocolate ice cream. Not very many things are better than actively, like, really being heard. Like, really having somebody present with you, listening to you, hearing you, it's lovely. It's warm. It feels good. It's like, I feel understood and heard. I know you don't agree with me, but thank you for listening, right? I think we all have experienced that at one time or another, and it's really, really valuable.
I think when people feel deeply heard and understood, and not just
The slides are up there,
yeah,
so. I'm
not
sorry.
just a perfunctory sort of performative listening, but a real listening and reflecting back to somebody, even if you can't act on what they're saying or you can't make a decision in favor of what they're saying. Sometimes it's enough for people to feel that they really were heard and understood in that moment. So when we go back to the non-closure, even if it doesn't resolve the full thing, that act of helping somebody feel understood, giving them that gift is valuable for them. And we as people want to be felt heard and understood as well. And so when we can extend that gift to somebody else first, often it opens up a space where they can give that back to us as well. And that's where things get really powerful.
Mhm, mhm. And so how do we do it? We talked about body language and eye contact, and thank you I forget these are up here, so I'm just like talking and. thank you for
They're
filling
just
in.
supportive.
Thank you for filling in the stuff that I forget. But, I think that tying it back to the self-awareness piece, if I know I'm really anxious about, or I'm really furious lately, when I'm really furious about what somebody is saying, by being self-aware, I can help myself listen differently. right? Because it's like, I am so mad right now at what you're saying, I just hate it. But I'm self-aware and I'm trying to figure out where our common ground is, how we connect, which we'll talk about that later. And so by me having self-awareness, it helps me to be a more active listener, right? In interviews, somebody asks you a question that's deeply offensive. I can feel that, my face gets hot, right? I now have through my self-awareness, I know that I'm gonna need to bring myself into alignment if my goal is in fact to connect. Does that make sense? Paraphrasing, we all have heard that. What I think I heard you say was, thank you for saying that, what I heard you say was, I like to add, correct me if I'm wrong. Right? Because sometimes people are like, because it's like, what I think I heard you said was A, B, and C, and so think based on that, and it's, I didn't say A, B, C, I said A, B, D. But anyway, another really critical thing is giving the other person the benefit of the doubt. Right? Give them the benefit of the doubt. I want the benefit of the doubt. Like Chris said, extend what we want to other people, right? I don't in general assume that person is attacking me, right? They have a position that they wish to defend, and I seemingly am in opposition to that position. So they're not actually, they're attacking my position, but they're not necessarily attacking me, right? I'm also giving somebody the benefit of the doubt that they're not, that they have the best intentions for this conversation, just as I do. I may be proven wrong, but I can certainly start with giving them the benefit of the doubt, right? Open-ended questions, probing questions, be curious, bring your curiosity. That's really critical in active listening. And authentic curiosity, right? Like, if you don't care, don't ask. Like, don't fake it. That's nonsense, right?
Awesome. So we're gonna get ready for another exercise. And one of the key ideas here is to listen for what's behind what somebody is saying. What is it that what are their morals or their beliefs or their values that they're trying to communicate through what they're saying. So one example Virginia likes to give, one of the creators of this course, and I'm going to use their example because I haven't gotten my own example for it yet, is a conversation they had with a trail builder from Mountain Trails Foundation. And this guy was very enthusiastic about, sharing all the details about the angles of the switchbacks and the technical trail construction steps and all this process that goes into building the trails. And for Virginia, that's not a very interesting conversation necessarily, but they got to listening more deeply and understood that what this guy really valued was being able to go and make these spaces accessible to people and help people to be able to get out into nature and enjoy what they're doing. And he put so much care and thought into building these trails in a way that they really served people. And so that was the listening to kind of what was the behind, what was the underneath that he was trying to communicate through his stuff. So we're going to practice this with each other. We're going to find somebody we haven't talked to yet. And we're going to spend a good minute. So we have some possible story ideas here. You could choose these or you can choose another story, just something easy to talk about. When you're listening, spend a full minute listening and practicing these active listening skills. So listen for the what's behind. When the minute's up, I'll let you know. Then you as the listener can reflect back what you heard to the speaker. Okay.
So in Chris's example, I might say, when I listen to all the statistics where I'm like, at the end of that, and to also change the conversation for me, I'll say, I might say, wow, I hear that I can tell you really care about this. I feel like you're really telling me how much you care about trail building and how important it is. Right?
So we'll do that reflecting back and then we'll switch.
So it's a different kind of reflecting back as opposed to, I understand 36 degrees is the best on a switchback,
There are times when the word for word reflection is helpful to confirm that you've understood, but we want to practice here going a little bit deeper with it. And then after we've had the chance for the listener to reflect back, then we'll switch roles. The listener will speak for a minute and tell a story, and the speaker will listen for that and then reflect back. Okay, so find somebody you have not spoken to yet.
How about dots with the same color?
That's the same color?
So the same color.
Assuming you haven't talked to each other yet.
No, we not.
See, now you have a dot, you have to find something.
I know, she's going to say, I saw. Oh my God.
What's that? Where's your picture? What are we supposed to do? Oh,
That's a little of it on it. That's okay.
what you're supposed to do. We're the Soviet time.
It's gonna be,
For the purpose meeting the slaughter, and this would be great for like 10 years ago.
It's just the around. I found it later. No, but I was also. So it's I never had that. When I had the right town. I was district. Okay, so what do you think? And I don't really need to serve parents. I was you guys. I was. And we went to
It's all about. They just all have control.
Oh, and then some girlfriends came over. And we were there, and then my husband, and actually, I had some. Oh, my. Remember what? It's rich. Mary, me and then Roxanne. Oh. We go once a year starting.
Oh, yes.
No, we do that.
Good lady behavior. Budgeted.
So, you know, because my husband has but I put it together one time, first time I ever seen it. The second. But anyway, I go over, I go to Canada, it's 10 o'clock at night. And we're at the horse on the trail, we get back, it was just a really long trip. It's hard to get right, we have each other. Not like.
And you haven't.
My wife like that.
If you haven't told the story, switch. Because you said.
Not the trainer.
Yeah. And I actually started in Rochester.
Oh, no.
Oh,
And so we. I was-
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's good. Maybe we could put some like Rocky
Somebody
Balboa.
just, you know,
One street, you know, like, where the,
Sounds like you paid for the stuff.
But it hurts so much.
Because we have really need people at Mary Mount's. And it was the graham crackers, regular honey
two
baked,
blocks east
but
of
it was
the,
pieces.
three
And I'm
blocks
like.
down. Same thing Italians.
You haven't, it's like you're back, left back, we've got about 30 more seconds.
What I'm hearing is that this is a really good recipe, and I love it.
So you did one, you did all of this.
All right, so that one was-
Systems to have all sorts of things.
And that was.
I don't know.
Do you know what? I get your thinking, I love your.
All right, let's wrap it up, let's bring it back. Bring it back. This is our interruption, that you're not gonna wanna be interrupted, because we're having a basic conversation.
That's your sorority.
And we're sorry, not sorry, but it's fine to see. Yes, yes. We're gonna remind you that we're doing exercises here, and not having actually conversations yet, as hard as that is.
Right, so.
No, I wasn't.
All right. How'd that feel?
How'd you like it?
I'm sorry.
Did you like, listen to, did you feel heard?
What did it feel like?
Yes.
What'd you notice?
Oh, gee, I had to say something. Well, I noticed it was like a lot of fun.
Right?
I mean, it was like, wow, it was a really good feeling that she was really interested in my story.
Yeah,
Like, wow, it just was a good feeling. It was a happy feeling.
yeah, it's enlivening.
Yes.
I didn't manage the time very well, but I hope you guys were able to do the reflection back and forth. What did you notice as listeners? How did it feel to listen that way?
I was enthralled by Colleen's background and what she was contributing to, so I thought I got a lot out of it. And I had no idea. So I learned a lot, I'd say, more than anything. And hopefully connected with why she's doing what she's doing. And that felt good.
Yeah. And I learned that Jonathan and I had a real connection, but where we kind of used to live.
See,
So-
building community, building community.
Was there anything difficult about this exercise?
The difficult part,
What's that?
there was, because we ran out of time. Carol is a wonderful listener and really accomplished at reflecting back. I did not get an opportunity to do the same, and I know that I'm not that good at it, so I didn't get to practice it, so that was uncomfortable, actually uncomfortable. So I experienced what it's like to be good at it, but I couldn't turn around and demonstrate practice it.
Hey, change numbers, practice again together.
Did anybody have trouble focus wise? Were you maybe finding your attention wandering, or were you able to stay present?
Thinking about the time or.
No, or the noise or the mayhem around.
Should have another cookie like I did.
In the zone, we were in the zone.
Yeah, not enough time, yeah.
The one difference, like you, kind of the first module was kind of about being self-aware. And you, like, obviously, we were talking about kind of happy things or positive things. But will you talk a little bit about, you know, trying to be an active listener where you really disagree or are offended by stuff the other person is saying? Because I feel like that's where
Yeah, so our next two modules are gonna get into that.
Okay.
And our next exercises will get into that, but we start with a little bit easier
Okay,
topic
that-
first.
that's great. I
So you
just
know what it
wanted
feels
to-
like when it's all good, but yeah, exactly. And that's actually where we're headed next is finding common ground. So this exercise is how do we, when we're in conversation with somebody that we disagree with, how do we get into a spot where we can still maintain connection and seek understanding of each other? You know, one example of a topic that can be really divisive, for instance, is the recent conversations around age-appropriate materials in the schools. And when that conversation is framed as one side is a bunch of fascist, book banning Nazis, and the other side is presented as grooming pedophiles, and if that's the framing you put into the conversation, right, it's really hard to get in there, right? But if you can look at it instead, we all agree that we want our kids to have access to age-appropriate materials in the schools. And start from there.
And we
care
love
about
our kids
We,
even more
yeah, even
basic.
more basic, we love our kids, or we value our kids getting a good education. You start from there, you have more possibility for conversation, whereas the initial framing is like, where do you go from there?
And so with self-awareness, you know, I mean, I have certainly in the last year had conversations where I was it was physically difficult for me to stay in proximity to the person I was speaking with. But it was like, what is the there's got to be a common denominator in here. There's got to be one human commonality that we share. There's got to be, right? And so I think for me, this self-awareness is that this person is repellent to me, right? And so, but it's a human being. So what else do we have in common besides that we're human beings? There's gotta be something, right?
Family.
Life, I wanna be safe, I wanna be fed, I wanna be warm, I wanna be dry, I want my kids to be safe, warm and dry, I want, you know what I mean? Like, I want the people that are like me to be safe, warm and dry, right? So yes, just being human. Sometimes it's it, but.
So we'll get a little bit into this, but the key idea is to know that there are often shared interests, even on opposite sides of a problem. Right? It could be, yeah, we care about kids, we all have kids, or we all have, you know, whatever that framing is. And so one of the things that we'll learn is how to identify what that shared interest is, how to listen for that.
Does anybody have an example of having a conversation that they were able to find common ground, even though it seemed like they were up on opposite sides of an issue?
I've got a really dumb one.
There are no
There's a couple of social media friends of mine who that's about the only place we interact. And most of it is very antagonistic and even just like, I feel the same way that you just described, very repelled by this person. But yesterday I posted a couple of photographs of my amazing collection of VW bus replicas, miniatures. And one of these guys got on, it's like, oh, like, I love those. That's an amazing collection. And for just the briefest moment, that is another human.
I do not
Because
think
I've had
that's,
other thoughts.
yeah, I don't think that's stupid, honestly, because that's what it's about, right?
It sometimes requires that, and I think I sometimes even resist wanting to find that common ground because I take a certain virtue in maintaining my position relative to him. And
Exactly, and if you
thinking I'm in the
start
right and
seeing
he's
him as a
not
human
human.
being, then, am I softening my position?
Yeah.
Am I being dragged into the dark circle of his opinion? No.
How can I say alienate this person? If they
Yes.
love me? That's the connection, right?
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I have an example, real quick example.
Sure.
So there was a guy, not gonna name names, posting on Nextdoor. And doesn't live in Hideout, but has lots of opinions about Hideout. And at one point, everything that he said was just so antagonistic, negative, I blocked. Then I met him at the fundraiser for the fire station. And suddenly we had something in common. We both went to the fire station. And later
It's a big deal.
later I found out that his a relative, we'll say a relative by marriage, lives here, who I actually really like. So suddenly this guy's not the, the evil one I thought he was. Just a little curmudgeon. Yeah, and I don't know how to unblock him now.
It's like, you just put yourself a little girl on a plate and press, can I be your friend?
Well, then my point is, I couldn't stand this guy's comments, because they were just completely against everything that so. But that was our common ground.
Yeah, I have people in the South, my people are from the South, the deep South. And, I'm a Mountain West girl. And we have a lot of political disagreements. And I'll post something and one of my people from the South will put some horrible thing, just some really deeply offensive, terrible thing. And my friends just jump on there and they're like, really the worst person ever, and they ask me, why are you still friends with this dude? And I'm like, well, first of all, civil discourse, we've lost the skill. And secondly, they're my family. They're my family. They are truly my community. Do I know them that well? No, but you know what I mean? Like civil discourse. They were being very uncivil, but that's a different conversation. This is like baby time.
I was gonna say, do you want to, sorry, switch over.
Yeah, so I
think
mean,
we kind of got through this.
yeah,
already,
so we
maybe I'll
wanna,
go-
remain in community, right? Especially those of you that are serving the community. Right? Being polarized doesn't serve anybody. It doesn't, we can't, if we're both stuck in a position, nobody moves forward, right? Literally. We can resolve conflict. If that person that you were speaking to, that you felt so nice with, if they said to you, I want to have a difficult conversation with you, I'm curious about how you feel about something, or I want to tell you about how I feel about this difficult topic, you're gonna be a lot more ready, able, and willing to listen, right? So, and then we get to move forward.
One of the things that we find is that this disagreement doesn't come because we don't have the same values. But it sometimes comes because we have different priorities for our values. So if we're looking at things like individual freedom versus common good, some people might place one of those higher. You can still value both of those, but I think sometimes we assume if you put common good above individual freedom and I put individual freedom above common good, then you don't care at all about individual freedom. And that framing is not helpful, that assumption about what you believe. But we recognize we have those values and we weight them differently and we're trying to figure out how to navigate those tensions, then we can get also to a space of some of that agreement. Maybe there's a way to respect both of those values in some sort of way. So how do we do this? How do we find common ground? So you're gonna start to see all these modules build on each other, right? So we're gonna come back to self-awareness and how we show up. And I hope I'm not taking a word scale. I'm just going with it.
No, please, it's your turn. I've been watching.
We're assuming good intent of the person that we're talking with. I think Helen was just talking about this, that that everybody in the world, generally I don't like to say very sweeping statements like that, assumes that they're the good guy. Right? There's nobody, or at least I haven't met anybody that goes around like, I'm the evil person who's gonna go and destroy.
Yeah, easy for me.
I was saying that, but I didn't want to say it.
I appreciate that, Rick.
People have their motivation, they think they're taking the actions that they're taking because they're on the good side, the right side, or whatever. So if we can assume, now, obviously there's behaviors that can be like out of alignment with what they're saying or what they're believing, yeah, and we can address those, but it's helpful to assume that good intent about them, that they're trying to do something out of a positive place. And that gives an opportunity to talk with them. Yeah, and then the find priorities behind the statements, right? This is back to the active listening. So we're gonna bring our self-awareness, we're gonna bring our active listening into this process. So there's an organization called Braver Angels. Have any of you heard of them? So they're working in a political space to bring people across the political divide together to talk about difficult conversations. So they do workshops and trainings and things like that. They started in 2016 after the election, when we saw that people in Ohio and people in New York were having vastly different reactions to the result of the election. Like, what happens? Can we bring these people into the same space and have them talk with each other and listen and understand each other? And so this is their framework for finding common ground. It's acknowledge. So acknowledge that the person is coming in and willing to have a conversation with you. Acknowledge who they are. And acknowledge what you hear. So this is some of the active listening. Reflect back, rephrase. I hear you're saying this. And then appreciate is, thank you for sharing this with me. Thank you for your willingness to show up and participate in this conversation. Thank you for caring so deeply about this. You know, some acknowledgement, some appreciation. And then this is the hardest part. This is somewhere in the mix. And if somebody's really coming at you on a full-on rant, you know, and pages and pages of diatribe, this part can be really hard. But somewhere in that, find the one thing. It might be 1%. Maybe you agree with 90% of what they say. Great, then it's easy to find the point of agreement. Sometimes there might just be one little part. Oh, you've got kids. I agree. I care about kids too. Somewhere in that whole rant, right? But find that one something in there that you can say, yes, I agree with you on this part. And that starts to give you the seed, the kernel of the idea that you can then build on that common ground. And then after you've held the space for them, you've done your active listening, they feel heard and understood, then you can say, you know, I really appreciate what you've been telling me. I agree with you on this. Can I share my perspective? I'd like a chance to share my perspective. Are you okay with this? And then you can share your perspective. And we'll go in the 4th module about how to do that perspective share. So we're going to try this out a little bit in an exercise. I hear you and exercise. We'll model it for you. And then
This is really hard for Chris and I because we agree on a lot
We've
of
got-
things.
Yes, so we had to figure out a thing that we disagreed on so that we could properly model this exercise. But the idea is to use the phrase, I hear you, and to transition. And it's going to feel, this is definitely an exercise that's going to feel a little stilted. We're not saying go out and have conversations exactly as sort of formulaic as what we're about to do. But for the purpose of this exercise, try it in this kind of more formulaic way, and then you'll see.
I don't like it in slideshows when it says, this is a slideshow about what I'm gonna tell you. Just tell me already.
So I hear you that it's important to you to not waste people's times, that you want to move along. And can you tell me a little bit more about why you think that would slow things down?
Well, it's repetitive. You're telling me the same thing twice. You're telling me the same thing over and over. You're telling me what you're gonna tell me. Just tell me.
I hear you that for you it works to be just told one time. And I also know that there are some people who need the repetition for things to sink into their brains, or they need to see it and hear it because they learn differently. So how could you have slideshows work in both ways?
Well, I hear what you're saying about some people need to they think differently, process a little bit differently. I get that. And I feel like the presenter should be able to do that without a slide.
actually a conversation.
Repeatedly.
Conversation I had today.
Right.
This morning with the corporation that said, you know, we've got to keep our slides down to X number. Because people didn't want to be PowerPoint, and certainly executives, so, you know, keep it at discussion, so.
Well, and I
There's no,
forget, like,
you gotta find a balance between,
totally,
Chris, what you were saying visually, but maybe that's the point of
That's the point of
connection that you're trying to create.
right?
All right, so
And he won, by the way, because people do process differently and we do want to give people an opportunity versus rushing.
right. And we do try to not take too long on those transition slides so that they're quick and to the point, but they do get those. Okay.
Did
So
you
that's-
agree on minimum, minimum font?
Yeah, but we're not always good at exercising.
You can only get so many
We have a whole nother conversation.
That's a
on
whole
font.
other
That's a whole nother discussion.
But I, as you notice, I didn't really pay attention to the slides because one thing that really bugs me is when people read off of the slide. It's like,
Yeah.
I know how to read it, so if you are going to just read the slide. why are
Yes,
you
enough.
here?
But there are people who are visual learners and like to see the things written, so that's part of us learning how to eliminate a variety of different communication styles.
Right.
Even though it's not our preference.
Yeah.
But let's get to the exercise. So find somebody, maybe pick a colored sticker you haven't talked to yet if you can, or at least a person you haven't talked to yet. And we're gonna try, I hear you, Anne. So pick a topic from
Pick one
here,
of these topics.
pick one of these
Oh,
topics.
see that.
And if you're having trouble picking a topic, we'll assign it.
If you know the person and you agree with them, try to talk to someone else. Talk about.
You add back and forth.
Yeah.
That's not hard, but I know us. I'm like, you don't have to talk to us.
So that's fine now. I'll talk to I don't know.
Have you not? Oh, not the list of our council and my.
That's even like pineapple on pizza. It's an
Pineapple on pizza. Pineapple on pizza.
Okay.
Can we talk about that? You know what, and I have to. I have to.
And agree, that is a good flavor combination.
No.
It's a flavor combination, that's by itself, it makes a certain combination, such as mint toothpaste tastes great. Orange tastes great. Or, before season big, I was both good, but it's same words are. On their own. I have to. It might be the. Meetings that go too long. You know what I need to download to my iPhone? But twice as you like and user once. And that way, if the someone just bring everyone down. Always. That little 5 second sound conveys pages of information. Sound critic, David Letterman used to play it on the show when he was running around. So about walking in the airport and I get a high five below walking people. Go to the show. Acting as the like maybe you're blocking. Or you're in a sidewalk at the airport. Everybody else is saying you're right. So I can let it's like you gotta come up with that last one. It's and then all them It's in the basement, right?
We're gonna interrupt again your amazing conversation and let's bring it back. You can hear me, clap once. Hear me, clap twice. Our techniques get stronger as you go on, as you get more involved.
Maybe it'll be more fun.
You guys are gonna talk about how fun it was to go to a rock where everybody was playing around, right? So we've strengthened your community, or you have strengthened your communities just by being here, right?
How'd that go? What'd you think?
What'd you think? Was it easy to end, everybody?
Yes.
Isn't it sometimes hard to not say but? I hear you, but, yeah.
Who'd you call a butt?
Were you able to find it from the ground?
I hear
Uh,
you, but.
I learned, we talked about community center here, which is an important topic for our town. And Carol's always, she's been a central focus in and around that. For me, I just wanted to learn what she knows and what she's got, in the back of her mind. And, and finding some common ground, because I've learned some of these things. And one of our issues obviously will always be, how do we fund this? And that can take you apart sometimes, but what we're ultimately shooting for. So that was really a good thing, just after Carol next.
What else did you notice during this exercise? Did you see what the power of the hand is? How does the hand help?
The solidifier, I think.
Or what's the problem with a but if you were finding yourself saying but, or maybe you were able to resist but you tossed in a however or a yet.
or something like that.
Oh,
What does,
no.
what does that but or however do? I
What
hear
about
you, but-
nevertheless? Can you use that?
Nevertheless.
Is that better?
That kind of, it's like you're listening, but at the end of the day, you really you want them to hear your opinion.
Exactly.
So even though you're listening, you're waiting for an opening to share how you really think,
Yeah.
without
A
really,
negative spin on it.
yeah.
It does.
And
It's
how
like-
often are we just waiting for the but?
Mhm.
Always.
And then that just turns everybody off.
And it does, it stops,
alienates.
it stops forward motion in the conversation, right?
Yeah, and Helen had on one of her slides as bridging words, but and however. When I looked at that, I just said, sometimes when I say but or hear it, it's more like a pushback. word.
Exactly.
So it could be used, I guess, in those contexts.
But
You
it's
have
a
to
different
be-
context, right?
Yes, you have to be-
You are pushing back,
Yeah.
you know, with the interview.
Yeah, so you have to be careful, I think, because whenever I'm writing, I always try to remove those words.
Yeah.
As kind of a bridge to what I'm trying to share or trying to convey, because the person on the other side is like, but what, it's like, it's another thing to stop you.
And allows us to move forward. We're adding, right? And would work in that PR context.
Yeah.
I
think for most of us in this room, the best place that we'll ever have the opportunity to use this particular exercise is when there's a really hot topic in your community or a public hearing and that room is loaded and you
Yeah.
are the enemy. Because
Exactly.
you're sitting right there. You are the enemy, no matter what you say.
Totally.
So for us to be able to communicate back that I hear what you're saying. And I feel the same way about this particular, and so that then it helps them to understand that you're not their enemy and that you really are listening to what they have to say. But that's the experience that this will come in handy.
And so you
For all
just
of us.
said, you just said all the things, your self-awareness about being in the hot seat, your active listening by knowing what they're saying and finding the common ground. And then this exercise, which is deepening that finding of the common ground. Beautiful, brilliant.
And
See
then,
how it works together.
And the former mayor of Midway for how many years, 12?
Four
Or two?
is the mayor, 12 is city council. No, I'm not.
Well, that's your
council.
Born to serve.
and you'll see
You know what? I
that,
love it.
but I hear you in this exercise, right, as a placeholder for some of those active listening, reflect back sorts of things. You can demonstrate that a little bit longer. And then you can also use and like a but. So I hear you and I disagree entirely with everything you just said. And let me tell you why you're wrong. That is not also helpful. So make sure that when you use the and, that then you're also building on what they're saying and not just running the cane down.
And I think the and helps to validate their opinion.
Exactly.
You can add things that they probably don't have any knowledge of.
Right.
Exactly.
While you're validating their opinion, you're still trying to educate them a little bit. So if we put it all in perspective of what our role here, each of us is individual role.
We get to throw everything in the pot together.
Yeah.
A but is like, "Oh, that one doesn't belong and that one doesn't belong. And is allowing everybody to stand. So like, God. So let's see.
So this is fourth module, communicating to connect. So far we've been doing lots of awareness, lots of listening. Now we're going to start to talk about how do we share our perspective when it's our turn.
Now you guys have to laugh every time you see one of these slides, because I'm just like.
Do you want to do your,
Yeah, so,
it should be the letters over there.
yeah, so, we know that all the things we shouldn't do, right? We shouldn't talk over people, we shouldn't dismiss what they're saying, we shouldn't refer back to ourselves, we know all these things, right? So I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Okay, and I have to look at my notes because this is the most important thing you're gonna probably hear all week. It's really critical in the RJ world. And so we're gonna talk about communication in the workplace, and 78% of employees use engagement surveys to gather employee feedback. And according to the research conducted by the US firm Gardner, poor communication is responsible for 76% of corporate errors. Now, one author has stated that nonverbal communication accounts for 93% of the impact of a given measure. And by all accounts, this misconception, which clearly is a misconception, it stems from a misinterpretation of Albert Moravian's 1967 research, right? And this paper is concerning the decoding of inconsistent messaging.
All right, I think we've lost most of them.
I'll connect
I
it
can
to
still
right
right
now.
now. We're not gonna rate it.
I really wish I had a slide that.
Yeah,
said
right?
all of that.
That's what we're missing.
That's what it is.
Too much data.
Yeah.
All data, all data.
I lost it.
A lot of meaningless babble.
Words you couldn't connect with, right?
It kept my attention on Gartner because they're one of the. top-
Right, I heard that.
Exactly. Yeah, it's actually a.
But after that, it started going down.
Well, they don't get
It's not really out, that's when it's amazing.
Yeah, it's a brilliant article, but yeah, I pulled out all the,
What about-
stuff.
Like reading the notes. And just being down in, which I think was hard for you. I think you were like wanting. to-
I know, it's very hard for me. And also, I was using some lingo, right? That didn't make any sense to anybody, like RJ, you're like, what the hell is RJ?
Yeah, but you said.
I thought of an
something-
airplane.
At the beginning though, the thing that you said, which is,
Which
this
is
is gonna be the most important thing you hear in the next
Exactly.
week. That was like, I looked around the room, everybody's attention was on you.
Right.
So we're.
That was good.
But I'm assuming that what I'm saying is the most important thing that you'll hear all week. Is that really true?
Well, I was hoping it was.
Yeah. It's actually true, but.
And this is the key, right? You all were trying as hard as you could because she said it was important, because she cared about it. You were doing all you could to listen to what she had to say. And still the way that she presented it, even with you trying as hard as you could to listen, you were still like shut off and not able to fully connect. So that's why we want to focus on what you can do as a speaker, as a presenter, to help things stay engaging, to make it easier for your listeners to hear what you have to say.
Cause how did you feel about me in that moment? I mean, I won't take it personally, so go ahead and, I mean, like, how did you feel about me as the speaker in that moment?
We started off strong
Yeah,
and I was interested,
right,
but then I just became disappointed.
yeah.
And then I started,
Okay.
Started checking out.
Looking around the room.
well, I was trying to follow I thought, oh, do we have to do,
Is there
do we have to take is there a test and all those numbers, what is? 94%, let's see, and then 70%,
But you
and
can
then
feel
94% of that,
I
so when you
wasn't
multiply those together.
Connected at all to you, right? I didn't care if you were listening or not. I had some information to impart. I didn't care what you wanted.
Yeah.
And I was also going really fast. So, one thing that we know about, communicating to connect is that if anybody in this room had a really strongly held belief against communication in the workplace, me throwing all these facts and figures would actually further entrench that person in their position. Studies have shown that when my position is presented with data, I actually go into fight, flight, freeze, or fawn.
Can you say that again?
I go into fight or flight, and then freeze or fawn, which is making nice, right? So when we throw data at people who disagree with us, we lock them in.
It's the same physiological response as if you're being chased by a bear.
It's because they wanna do their own research, or?
It's because because we're talking about emotional beliefs and things that people hold. The data is a threat to that belief, and so people respond the same way they respond to physical threats to that data. So there are times and places where data can be helpful and useful in communicating. But when you're in this early space of trying to understand each other, or trying to work through disagreement about beliefs, the data can actually be not helpful. And it goes against our instincts. We're like, well, if you just saw this fact the way I see this fact, you'd be good. But that's not how it works. It's like you saw this fact and it's pushing you further away. So,
Yeah.
so it's holding back on that data stuff until you've had the connection and we're understanding each other, then there's a place for it.
So that's a tricky one, right? The facts. Anyway. So we've talked a lot about communicating to connect, right? And, one of the most important things, it's on the slide, I just noticed, is, speaking from personal experience without assuming that you have the same experience. Right? My experience is simply my experience. You may have no idea what I'm talking about, you know? Maybe you've never been to the South, so you don't know what Southern family is like, right? You don't know. I can't assume that when I say, oh, you know, Southerners, and then go on with my story, you'll be like, I don't. Actually, I don't know who Gardner is. What are you talking about, right? So we have to assume that. And when we feel really connected to the person, we can remember what they're saying, right? Hopefully you guys will remember a lot of this because you got to experience a lot of stuff, right? It was very experiential for you. What am I missing?
I think that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really about communicating in a way to connect, helps to build the trust, helps to foster the connection, and helps to stay in community. So we're looking to speak in a way that helps to do that. You know, earlier when I was talking about bringing up your point about we're all good guys, right? And I was making that sweeping generalization, like that was so uncomfortable for me that I was like, okay, let me walk that back a little bit into, at least I haven't met anybody who thinks that they're an evil person, right? But when we do that kind of walking back, like catch ourselves, oh, I am making this sweeping generalization. Let me bring it back to what I've experienced. And then, you know, it's easier for people to listen to that. And it's also harder for people to disagree with that, right? People can't argue, like, no, you don't have Southern family members, right? Like, there's no longer a space for me to be.
I hear you and you're wrong.
Right? Right? I can be, oh, okay, that's interesting how your family is. My family experience is different, and I can share about my family experience. But we're no longer arguing about sort of the facts or the reality, and we're listening and hearing the stories.
Yeah.
And so then the other, you know, we're gonna mention, we've got this assume good intent again, so now when you're the speaker, you can also assume the good intent of your listener. And storytelling, you mentioned this when you were presenting earlier, we are wired, and I'm probably taking your lens here and going with it. From centuries and centuries of telling stories around the campfire, our brains are wired to take in story and to connect with people through story, and take information in that way. So if we want to connect with somebody, that's why storytelling is so powerful. We're just wired to do that well.
One thing that's really tricky, and especially again, for those of you in government and in direct relation to what you were saying earlier, being transparent and respectful, right? It's hard to be transparent because then we become vulnerable. It's like, wow, I really don't agree with you at all, but I really want to hear, I really want us to have a conversation about this. But I gotta tell you up front, I totally disagree with you. So can we slow down, or, you know, then you ask for what you need, which is also really scary, right? But if we can become transparent and respectful, it changes the field. It changes the playing field 100%, you know?
We move from this presentation of this conversation is about me to we're having a conversation together. This is about us. This is about the we and talking with each other.
And we've said it before, it's, you know, we're not communicating to convince, we're communicating to understand. Right? We're speaking to be heard and we're listening to understand. Right? Those are the basic tenets of the circle work that we do with non-mediation. Listening to understand and speaking to connect.
There should be a slide on that.
Yeah, that's good. That one, that needs a
Right. Can I ask a quick question? What do you do if, the other side, so all this resonates, it makes sense, I think it's very powerful, but what if the person you're talking to isn't coming with those values? And so you just feel like you're being a bit off.
So there's a couple well, there's many choices that you have in that situation, right? One is to bring the conversation up to that meta level and say, this is the kind of conversation I would like to have. Would you like to have it with me? In this way, I want to understand where you're coming from, or you'd like to share it. It can be, you can just do your best on your end and see how it goes a little bit. I recommend trying that out because especially, again, when you give that gift of listening to somebody and helping them feel understood and asking them the questions or really taking the time to be curious about where they're at. Then they sometimes, the trick is you can't expect to require it of them. But sometimes by doing that for them, it opens up the space where they can give that back to you. So you can try it out and see if that works. And sometimes you can be like, this isn't going anywhere. We should end this conversation. It's always okay to end a conversation.
It is always okay.
You don't need to feel like you have to stay in it.
And I think it's good, I think it's really valuable, again, this transparency to say, I'm having such a hard time hearing you right now. I'm feeling, not like you're being so aggressive. I'm feeling a lot of aggression and I feel uncomfortable and I can't really hear you. So can we talk about this later? Or could you write me a letter? Or, it's okay to decouple from these conversations. It's okay to de-escalate. It's okay, we all have the right to say, I can't hear you and I'm not feeling heard. So I would appreciate it if we could table it. And, then the trick becomes, if you want to really keep this high level of communication skill, is to not say, I can't hear you, so we're stopping. Right? I can't hear you, we're gonna do this later, right? Because then that escalates things further, right? I really am having a hard time hearing you, so I'm hoping that we can have this conversation later. No, I need to have this conversation right now. I can't do that. I'm sorry, I can't do that.
Now, we recognize, especially when you're public officials, sometimes you can't just check out entirely of a conversation with constituents. I'll give you a little nugget here. We actually have another training where we go deeper into what can you do as a team and individuals in sort of those public facing or customer service types of situations where you can't just stop having conversations or whether you're having conversations repeatedly. But one of the things that you can do is you can work as a team, right? So maybe you're not in the space to have a conversation, but maybe your coworker is, and so maybe you could do a handoff so that person can still be heard, but you can.
Sometimes maybe it's not a conversation. It's just letting them vent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And if they say, what do you have to say about that? This earlier training comes in, I need to think about that. I've taken notes on what you said and I need a moment to reflect.
And you can go back to some of that appreciation, right? Thank you for sharing your concerns with me. It's important to me to hear what you're saying. It's important to me that it's important to me.
Is it ever appropriate or a good idea to say, I've been listening to you, will you please now listen to me?
Depends on how you say it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and kind of where
that probably
the.
wasn't the best way, but.
But
But no, I mean, if you want them to listen to you.
yeah, or you can maybe
you
say,
ask them that?
or maybe you could say, I'd like a chance to be listened to. Is there anything else you need to say before I could speak? Something like that might give a little bit of an opening if they need it.
Yeah.
I might reflect back a little bit. I think you said this. Did I get that right? If so, can I share my perspective?
And also, I think it's okay to say, I've listened to everything you said. Would you be willing to hear? And if not, that's totally fine. We can table my responses until another time. Right?
The other thing to keep in mind, right, is you don't have to get this stuff perfect and you're not gonna get it perfect. None of us do.
None of us do. And I do this for work and I still am a jerk.
If we're coming in with the. I'm keeping my notes over here. If we come into it with that intention and energy, trying to create that space, then people will often pick up on that. So even if your words are not perfect, if you've got kind of that general intention of what you're trying to do, they'll get that. So
Well, this all sounds great, right? And.
I wouldn't say both. We were good.
And.
Instant results.
One of the things I feel like you're not addressing is we live in a world right now where strength is winning. The show of strength is winning, as opposed to cooperation, niceness. We deal with a lot of a-holes. We have to sometimes to meet that. And when I was listening to what Polly was asking, and I was envisioning some of the conversations she surely must be having that I'm not a part of in her line of work with, let's say, opposing counsel when they're trying to have conversations. I can imagine, because I met some of these people, that they are fraught with trying to win, strength, posturing, no show of weakness. What you're demonstrating is a very,
Two people working together.
right.
Yeah.
Cooperation.
So
what
what-
about?
If you are a lawyer,
Mhm.
your field is not meant for collaboration. It's not been built that way over the decades. It's been a win, 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 win. In most, like if you're in court, you want the decision to go your way. So to give the other person a yard toward the goal line is not in your best interest, right? Just like when you're talking to the media, sometimes it's not appropriate to say, I understand the question that you're trying to ask me, I think, and what I really want to say to you is, right? Like sometimes it's not appropriate, right? But in
Fewer words, less is more.
yeah, in general, right? I mean, I can only give you my personal answer. Chris is gonna have a better answer for this question. But my personal answer is, I try to do my best at all times. Yes, things are very aggressive in our world right now. I am trying my best to not be a party to that. Because I want to hold the line of the aggressor, right? Now, you push me too far, it's gonna change, but in general, I'm gonna do my very, very best to hold true to my morals and my values and my wishes for the future. How much can you do that? Sometimes it's not available to us. In the court, you can't be like, I love what you're saying to me right now, and I totally agree with you.
There is that recognition of the context. You know, I wanna say that there are things like collaborative law and.
There are,
but. So
yeah.
There are ways to shift some of that framing depending on kind of the cooperation. I would maybe challenge you to think about different ways that you can project strength. Doesn't necessarily need to be aggression or oppositional, but staying firm, I'm going to stay strong in my presence, being present and short grounded. I'm gonna stay strong and showing up the way that I wanna show up. People pick up on that confidence and that kind of strength. Now, again, how exactly what you said, like you wanna be careful. If you sense that you're not in a good faith conversation with somebody, right, you don't wanna play all your cards and give them all the information or whatever, right? Like you gotta pay attention to that stuff a little bit. But I think what I would encourage you to do is take these ideas and play them out and see where they are helpful to you in what contexts, and don't pick the hardest ones first. I mean, I'm the type of person who will pick the hardest ones first, but but don't, start with something easy, start in certain places, maybe, maybe it's at work, maybe it's with your kids, and these skills take time to practice and develop and learn what works for you and what works for you for showing up or with who or how. So give yourself that patience to kind of try.
Yeah, somebody that you really love and respect, if you know that you have something that you really disagree with them on, if you trust them, practice some of these things, practice them. If you trust them, take a hard topic that you know you guys disagree on and practice.
Or you can pick a friend to practice on. One of the things that we're gonna be starting in a month or two is some monthly Let's Talk chats, where we'll have a chance for people to come and get together and practice these skills with a little bit of facilitator support to help. So stay tuned. And sorry, I feel like I really plug. We've got to sign up, but if you guys want some more information, there'll be some more opportunities. So you can either create spaces to practice with somebody or you can do friends.
But I wanna get us to our last exercise, cause
Are we gonna do that? We have time? Okay.
I think,
All right.
oh, wait, it's fine.
I know.
Do we have time for 5 minutes, or do we need to
We
stop?
should do it time.
We should probably stop it.
Yeah, so how
So-
did you guys like it? How did you like to communicate this way? Did it feel different? Do you feel like you learned something, dare I say? No, truly, I mean, this is an honest question. I've done what I came here to do, so.
Well, I read a book on Taoism and it's called Do the Tao. And this sounds a lot like it. It is a philosophy that you never argue with another person. You patiently listen. But if you're really at odds, you kindly but firmly state your position at the end of the conversation. And you don't have to apologize for your position. But usually, if you're a good listener, the other person will at least let you speak. And because by the time I got through at the end of the book, I thought, well, how do you ever get your opinions heard or ever feel justified in what you can do or whatever? And it was just, hey, you don't have to get mad and engage with people. You can just stand there and state calmly state your position. So I really like what you've done today in recognizing the physical anxiety that we get.
So,
And how to control that. I felt like that.
I always
was
wanna
a
be a
great
good,
idea.
yeah, I love that, and thank you. I always wanna be a good listener, right? Even if I don't agree with somebody, I really wanna be a good listener, even if it's so I can, in the future, be thinking like, okay, now I'm gonna tear that one down, I got a response for that, later, but I wanna understand. If I understand what my opposition, where they're at, then I can better address things that I want them to understand where they're wrong.
Right, well, I think it's kind of key, it's not like that belief necessarily goes away right away, whether they're right or wrong, or, we might still believe that we're right in our position. And I oftentimes very firmly believe that I'm still right in my position. And at the same time, I can understand at least where they're coming from, or why they think that they're right in their position. And just by having that opens up a little bit of a space for some possibility.
Can you guys think of some situations that you have going on right now where some of this might be helpful to you?
Myriad.
Yeah.
Every
Where do we
day
start
in my
from?
job.
And, part of it is, we've
Every
had some
minute.
contentious litigation, so how can we, one,
Don't you just
find
take
common
off and
ground
Turn the switch on and let the
to
plate fly.
backdoor them,
I am
two,
the,
hopefully use some techniques that we can really always useful to
Well,
those.
it's nice that they build
Not
on
to
each other.
counselor.
Yeah,
And
it's like
So-
active listening and self-awareness are two of the strongest things. And you know what?
And the
The common
tour guide.
ground in every lawsuit is, you both wanna win.
And
Right?
if we don't get to that point, we're gonna be in a better situation. So whatever we can negotiate beforehand
Right.
is always gonna be a lot better than being in a situation where you can only win or lose. So it's a win-win, that's not a good place to be. And so
Just ask somebody county.
just.
But. And you can say, like, if it can get contentious. I mean, I'm a mediator, right? So I've been in these contentious situations. And sometimes the only thing I can say to divorcing parties when they're at each other is like, okay, we both agree that you guys don't want to be married anymore. Right? We can all agree that you don't want to be married anymore. Yes, we can. Okay, great. How do we move forward to achieve that goal? Right? So all the stuff that's around that, I don't care. I certainly don't care. But now we have a commonality, we have a common goal. How do we go forward? Right? So we both want to win. How do we move forward? Right? Some people are available to that and some people aren't. That's why mediators have jobs sometimes and sometimes we don't, right?
We're getting wrapped up here.
Yes.
So well done, give yourselves a pat on the back and stay patient with yourselves as you take this off.
Mhm.
It takes a little time to get in.
Yeah, you guys were great.
And
for
we'd
today.
appreciate it if you could fill out a quick
Oh, yeah, if you could pull out your,
let us know what
Enter
works, what
survey.
we can improve on.
yeah, it's really valuable to us to get your feedback. But thanks, you guys are super fun. It's nice a lot. Sometimes we come into groups and they don't participate at all, and then that makes me sad. Cause I'm out here like shuck and jive them into, participating. And remember at the very beginning, I asked if there was anything you wanted to accomplish with this training? Did anybody get that need met?
Well, one thing we could do is just to follow up on this is we could role play some of our most complex negotiations. And we do this in business, so particularly for large, serious deals. So I think it would be useful for us to take a page off of this
I
and
love that.
either use you as facilitators to go through a role-playing exercise and pick up two of our, more difficult challenges and
Absolutely.
use that as a mechanism to improve the way we communicate
I
and
love that.
build our expectations and hopefully maybe find some common ground
Yeah.
with our more difficult challenges.
That
I don't know
would
if
be
you do
wonderful.
that.
Oh, we do absolutely do that. Yeah,
So-
that would be wonderful. That would be really fun, actually, for me.
No, I think that would be very valuable.
Well, we want to make it fun.
I'm a strange person. Hey, that sounds fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I think that's a great idea, and, practice with yourself. I mean, you guys have the transcripts of somebody coming at you and saying, right? And then you can practice together, like, oh my gosh, what could we have said? What might have, what would I have been able to gather myself together to say in that moment when I just wanted to, right? So you guys can think about this stuff. I mean, your job's hard. Your jobs are hard. So, kudos to you for even attempting to not be jerks. Honestly, I mean that quite seriously. Yeah. I mean, I
would
see
never
how
be
I
a
assumed the
jerk.
best. Some of you were like, oh my God, no.
Only on days that end with Y.
Yeah.
You guys need a break before the next thing, or do you wanna?
Are you just going right to the next thing?
We are, so, no one up next.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
We should start making people laugh at the end of council meeting. Because it's very nice.
I agree.
Yeah.
But it's usually just us.
Alicia.
Alicia, would you clap for us, please?
Always.
All right.
Yeah,
I'll do the slow-
recording.
I will do the slow clap.
You know what? The council meetings would be better if we had a laugh track. Like a Hollywood laugh, like,
We can make this happen.
I know some people in Hollywood. I can get some laugh track. We can dub that in.
Yes.
Like the easy button.
Oh.
And they laugh.
I thought all that- Speak-
Yeah.
Same. You remember. I just like had pretty possible.
That's good. right?
It might be soon. We'll see. We'll see how each day goes.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
26, this is Santa Clarita. Actually, she lives right I don't think it has a lot of potential energy. It's like an urban, here's like 5. So, next couple days strong one, I'm just worried about, they have aerial tankers on this.
That's what I want, it's smarter than the work I have.
Oh,
sorry, we must be.
They have an issue with that, they showed her for their neighborhood. Well, sort of.
Oh,
Yeah. Blowing out with.
House right now, Derek, we don't have that at work.
And her area, house have, go outside. So few. So, It's not like, it's like.
So.
From a community point of view, I think it's great right now, but.
Is that,
Yeah, that's one of the, yes.
I guess I can.
There are 10,000 acres on it.
What's the book?
14%. So unfortunately, the fire.
Like the t-shirt, the mug.
Fire.
Oh, that's. That's like, I gotta get you.
Go on to, it's UCI.
So, Jan, it feels like everyone needs a minute.
This is recreational area. Like, it's really got that up there. There's been some muck on like a fire. Working on it.
I know.
I mean, isn't that how all those fires start?
Yeah, some guy pulled over, dragging him up.
Drag his mouth was pulled over, and he pulled over into the landscape, it didn't stay on the shoulder.
Genius. You're talking about one.
Yeah, cause I was curious as to what, yeah, future prices, I'm looking at 2 dates in June, I'm waiting to hear back for another truck, because I know you can do dates. And being more so state parks than public works, and doing like round I need to get Carol to see how many residents we actually have for our person, just like full time.
It's pretty self-protected right here.
I have that already.
Yeah, that is,
The issue is that, okay, you're in Santa Clarita,
Because I did wanna,
fire burns to the north that blocks off the five. You can only take the 5 southbound or the 14 eastbound. There's 2 ways out.
the 14 goes toward.
So our,
Yeah, there's a palm deal, so that's the desert, so there's nothing in the desert.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, well, this is all there, so that's all we.
I don't feel like it's more that are part-time.
Really? See, just looking at my hair, it says a whole, like knowing like your strengths, like sure they own them, but most of them are.
Right. I mean, I think that's still so.
Oh, yeah. I said, it's her and her husband, and they have one,
Only like.
only one kid left in the house. He's a senior, other guy.
I'm sorry, no, I can't. I don't, I'll talk to you about it.
You know, wrap your.
But,
Yes, right, if you think there's something really you gotta have.
Yeah, let's do it. That one, paperwork, everything else.
Okay, I know. Hi, honey. So he's now back at work, he's looking at going from the 20 to international, at New York.
Yeah. So much fun.
Yeah, no.
All right, so he's fully healed.
He's fully healed, he's been cleared, yep.
All right, and now he gets to go to training.
So we'll see how it.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see like the side. You should see the here, it's like easy toss, like it's gonna be cleared out. No. He can do it right now because he's a pilot. He's not already.
Tell him to come over and churn butter and build me a barn. He's gonna go walking around with beard like that. What have you been up to?
I've been instructing at DV. Yeah, part-time, do like 20 days, those 20 days for those perks.
Now, how does that work? Deer Valley charges the guests $1,400 a day, you get 6?
That's bad.
I mean, that's the split it.
Yeah, really well.
Right now, the advisors, one of the ladies like, work preservation, she goes, I got a call, they want to extend for another month, they don't have anyone to go with college or how to work it out. Their bill is over 20. They're not even out, they're not getting, it's like.
Yeah.
Maybe we're the wrong area, or she just like right out my house. It's fine. It's fine. I heard you're getting some of our neighbors for Wednesday. Jonathan Leach.
Oh, yeah, I love them. Yeah, I can't wait till they move in.
Yeah.
They're wonderful.
There's like a lot next to you, they're behind you, something like that.
They're across the street from us. Literally.
Can you get back to what it said where it was? Like, not for like.
No, we already had them over to the house. Yeah, they're wonderful. And you know, you guys can stop by whenever you want. You don't see them. She's doing, all right, so she's doing good. So you know Sherry Jacobs, right? So Sherry is bringing Marnie on as a full-time partner in helping real estate. Marnie's got a real estate license a couple of years ago.
I can do that.
So, you know, her background is luxury retail. So, you know, instead of selling people's jewelry, that's.
We're selling houses.
Yes, you could use a house. Everyone needs a house. And the shit she used to sell. Oh.
I need jewelry.
You know, I was in freaking Taiwan. I could have got you all the jewelry. I could have got you a Louis Vuitton bag for $25.
I need your Santa.
My what?
Your Santa.
I'm probably gonna read the email.
The duck. I need a duck.
A duck?
That duck.
Oh, that duck. Okay, so they quit making, all right, get this. The duck store in Amsterdam that your husband will be going to when he comes in at 3:30. It's called the Rubber Duck Store. There's 4 of them in Amsterdam. And for a while they had a rubber duck that was flipping people off. But this is great. I bought a whole bunch of them. We gave out as gifts. You need one.
So we can get, right?
Does that have a camera? Remember when Reagan did that?
We're all well trained in
When he was testing the microphone,
He went like this and he goes, oh, we started bombing Russia. Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Just testing the microphone.
How much of this is going on record? Everything? No more making jokes about certain people.
Just joking. It's all.
Does it go out like on a YouTube thing? People.
I didn't think it had.
Yeah. What are we doing next? Oh, that. What's that? I don't know.
Right.
Sorry. I mean, unless you wanna- Yes, we're gonna find work.
And so if you wanted to hear about it.
I'm gonna go through this extremely quickly, just in light of, I think, you know, this is a lot of hours and everyone's sort of ready to wind down. And, I have to get back to Salt Lake for my son's science fair by 6, so we're gonna be done by 5 on time. No. So this is the purpose of this next section was to spend a little bit, like, just talking about some specific actionable, items that we're going to be working on and implementing, in 2025 as it relates to PR for Hideout. And so this is a building on the communications audit and the plan that we looked at the end of last year. I emailed it to y'all, and we all had, a lot of us had individual conversations, and I presented it at council one night at a high level. So I wanna go through this. The work that Jan and I have been doing is really trying to be realistic about like what bandwidth does the town have and what is our highest priority in terms of how we go about implementing, you know, all of these fabulous ideas that everybody had that we put into that plan. So, I will not even recap 2024, except to say that I thought the Ross Creek Open House was particularly great in terms of PR value. And we'll go to the next slide and you'll see, why. So, one of the things from the communication plan that we put as a measurable goal was to get to between 10 and 12 positive news stories about Hideout over the course of the year. So that's a goal we're gonna work toward in 2025. And so today we're gonna talk about how we can get to that goal, and what we've kind of gotten in mind. And we wanna get your thoughts and feedbacks on a few details within that. So if you wanna go to the next slide. This is just a recap of the coverage, from the Ross Creek open house. You can see all the positive news stories just from the one open house, and that's important for what we're thinking about for 2025. And then if you want to keep going. And then I pulled out some of these. You can go ahead and advance it. You can, I want to take 1 minute, and did you all get to watch this particular story? I don't know if y'all did. It's really, would you mind clicking on it? It's excellent. and they click on that watch clip. This is the monitoring service we use.
So a lot of new info this. For more of that, you can go ahead and take a look online at the UDOT BCC study.
All right.
All new here at 10 in Wasatch County now, community members in Hideout are giving their input on development plans on the Ross Creek Trail side of the Jordanelle State Park. ABC4's Jordan Tracy was at the open house this evening and has more on the town's interactive approach to give feedback.
The open house format they have here is walking residents kind of through a PowerPoint where they can look at different elements of the project and for the things they like with these red markers, we're leaving extended comments on post-it notes that can be followed up on.
This setup, instead of just public comment at a meeting where residents give feedback, but get none back.
That's why we're doing this, is to get participation, collaboration.
Oh, God.
Participation, collaboration,
Members of the town, people who live here, they all have great insights.
The displays gave residents a look at potential uses for the 11.4 acre space, mixed use, commercial, or even resident resort space, which was not very popular. They also were able to say what kind of recreation they'd like to see, leaving notes with more input.
To get not only their vote, but almost like a survey across these poster boards, but also mostly to get their input as to, what they'd like to see, and maybe we'll do some follow-up as well.
For those who didn't make the meeting, the Hideout Town website will have surveys and these displays to collect more feedback.
The next step is to take all of this information as they begin to come up with a plan for the future of the Ross Creek Trail area. Reporting in Hideout, Jordan Tracy, ABC4 News.
Jordan, thank you very much. In national news, E. coli cases linked to pounder hamburgers, and you remember, well, they've now climbed to 104 with at least 34 people in the hospital. The cases span across.
There we go. And you'll get this whole deck, and I've also, you can go to the next slide. This is another great story. Fox didn't send anyone, but they just used our press release and did a nice piece as well. So this is all linked in this deck, which Alicia's gonna send to all of you, so we can keep going just in the interest of time. But we got everything and more that we were hoping for in terms of coverage. You can keep going. KPCW, of course, keep going, stop. Okay, so now, why did we talk a little bit more about what we did on the Ross Creek Open House? Well, the reason is we are prioritizing how we're gonna go about things this year, and kind of the three key things immediately, like this quarter, that we are working on putting into place are, public relations and a kind of a cadence of how often we can go out and try to get some positive earned media coverage for the town and on what topics. We'll get to more of that in a minute. And then the other real high priority items are the website, which Alicia can tell you the functionality and the design. I mean, it really is in desperate need of a bit of a facelift, and not just for design purposes, but just for basic functionality. So that's a priority. And then the other thing that we talk about in the plan, you can go read the whole plan. It's also linked here if you don't want to go searching through your past emails. But we've what we're thinking about is we're calling it a bit of like a newsroom, like a hideout newsroom, but really it's just formalizing and taking the work that everybody's doing, Carol and Alicia, myself, and we're gonna kind of bring all of our efforts together and just touch base at the beginning of every month and sort of plan out what is the message, what have we got to push out. And here's a perfect example. It's literally happening in real time today. While we've been sitting in this meeting, Holly forwarded me a request for comment from KPCW about the Richardson Flats issue and all of that. The reporter got the idea to do a story because she's on our newsletter list, and so she saw the last newsletter, and it piqued her interest, and she decided to do something. So she's asking for us to get back to her on Monday, and we'll respond and all that good stuff. But my point of that story is to illustrate why it's really important. I used to always tell different clients, internal communications become external communications. In this case, this is an intended external communication, the newsletter, but things that we think of as not trying to create news can also create news. And so the idea here is just that we're working kind of with one collective effort to, whatever we're thinking about in terms of PR, to make sure we leverage that with the newsletter and vice versa, and timing, all that. So that's the third kind of high priority item right out of the gate. The goal eventually is to implement everything that's in the plan, but we're just wanting to be realistic about like, what do we have bandwidth and how do we want to go about this for, first quarter and whatnot. So let's keep going. So then digging into public relations, and I'm going fast because of our time frame, but this is, I mentioned 10 to 12 positive news stories. Let's go actually, where our thought here is that in Q1, January, February, March, there's kind of what we're seeing is like two opportunities, one in the form of a press release and one in the form of a media pitch to tell two different positive stories, which we'll talk about in a minute, about Hideout. And then in the next 3 quarters of the year, we want to plan 3 additional open houses and use those as the sort of content piece to build getting more earned media coverage out of, and also because we think those make sense for other purposes outside of PR, but we see them as a way, as you saw with the great results we got on the first one, to leverage that as kind of the focus. And so then each quarter we're pushing that out. So let's keep going for a minute. And I wanted to, let's see their time. The 2 things we want to talk about, or we're gonna do media outreach on to our media list this quarter are a press release we're working on the general plan. I mean, if you could just click on it, it's linked there. We won't scrutinize it. You all can take a look. It's in draft form. It's not final. But this was the concept, just, of getting out and sharing, bringing more attention to the work you all did at your last meeting on, initiating that update to the general plan and all of that. So that's priority number 1 for the first quarter. And then the second one is this idea that Ralph had, and Jan and I had actually spoken about very similar concept, and he sent me some great information, but if you want to click on that pitch, this is to talk about kind of all the different pieces of what the town, you all have been working on as far as wildfire safety, the fire station, everything. And this is where I was telling you way at the beginning of the retreat about, trend jacking or using the news hook. So the impetus for this is that it's, unfortunately, because of the tragic LA wildfires, it's top of mind, reporters thinking about it. And, it's just so in the news that this is the moment where we could probably really get a lot of coverage and, take advantage of the news cycles around that to tell a story. And a lot of local media will be, I think, be interested because we can localize a national story and that's often a great kind of approach to get coverage. So what this is that when you scroll up to the top of this, it's also draft, so feel free to send me your thoughts and comments. This is just a traditional sort of media pitch. It's just an email I will send to reporters individually, and I think we're gonna focus on specific writers that feel like the right fit for this story based on their past coverage. But the idea is just to see if we can interest a few reporters in covering what we're doing here. I think I don't like to overpromise. I think there's even an outside chance this could be picked up in some form nationally. Well, one of the media outlets I want to pitch is the AP, and then Solid Tribune and Deseret News, as well as the media outlets Close to Home, the Park Record, and well, I'm sure we'll send it to the town lift. They will be good about picking things up. So anyway, if you want to go back to that, so these are the 2 efforts this quarter. So then this is the part we wanted to spend the time discussing in our last 15 minutes, is what are the topics that you all feel like would be good ones to consider for the 3 open houses this year? And the idea, we put some brainstorm sort of thought starters here, but they're by no means anybody's final one, but that was just to kind of get the discussion going. But really the rest of this discussion, I just wanted to talk through like what would make sense for the 3 quarters for us to, focus the community on, and doing events similar to the Ross Creek open house in format potentially. So these thought starters were from Jan, and obviously Richardson Flats in general could be a topic, but also within it, and feel free to chime in, but we could talk about any number of these topics almost on its own for an open house, the waterways cleanup or outdoor amenities, bike trails, remediation, the LHM as the owner of that property, the collaboration with them, and then other topics of sort of a regional interest, the bike system. We could do a follow-up open house on Ross Creek with like updates. That feels, to me, that feels like that would be good, but we'd want to time it for when we have some momentum or something. Or another way to go about the Ross Creek follow-up discussion. There are some ideas that have emerged, I think maybe probably from all that original conversation. It sounds like from a restaurateur in Park City who's interested in kind of a shorter term pop-up thing that has to do with a restaurant and some live entertainment ideas built on what's there currently, it more or less. And so you all should fill in, because I know that you're the ones that have had the conversations directly, but the idea is, do we wanna pick something narrow like that, but it shows the momentum of Ross Creek in the short term while we're still thinking about the long-term plans, or, you know, something like that. So these are just thought starters. And I'll just open it up, you know, for discussion without a large group. I think, if people have ideas about the topics for the open houses, and then we can just track them and, yeah.
I think we need to find common ground with Summit County
Yes.
and maybe having conversations with them on possible cleanup of Richards Flat, community efforts. That could be an interesting common ground, and bike trails are always interesting,
Yeah.
so that might be a starting place.
In Q4, cause I think, and I wasn't here for it, but I know that Park City, like during that weird shoulder season, and I don't know what quarter it anyways, had like the discounted restaurants or whatever. Is there any way we could put that like in the town newsletter? Cause I didn't find out about it until like it was already over and done with. And so many of our neighbors were doing that. Maybe that's something we need to do is other events, maybe added into a newsletter or somewhere else.
I mean, we could definitely capture that, like in the parking lot of ideas. I think that's a great suggestion. When we all get, you'll be part of that communications team, so don't let us forget to talk through that.
Could we widen out the bike system to a larger context, to, you know, Nordic trails, hiking, et cetera?
Just like
So
a
that there's
trail.
more interest from
Yeah.
the readership that would be, you know, stimulated by that kind of article. Because I think we've got great opportunities. The other piece to tie that in with what we're talking about in the first quarter. So if you look at, what and Jonathan and I were in conversations with the state and the county, they're looking at a 30-foot defensible space. So you could have a trail of 10 feet, which could be which could double for all kinds of things. 10 feet of defensible space, almost like a moat around the town, that would be a protective barrier for that, but also provide connectivity between our town and, you know, up to all the other areas and connect into Richards and Platt. Anyway, food for thought. We haven't, this is a little too engineering, but think about how the design of those kind of fit together, and that message would be a very powerful.
And again, involves Summit County
Right.
Exactly.
with that.
Yeah, and I think
That's
that would be a
something
draw, like I'm listening for media, like would that have news value, and I think that would very much. And I could see cool boards that Tom, you know.
I was just thinking to kind of piggyback on that.
Yeah.
With Elkhorn Springs, we have an opportunity to look at designing the spine route, the bike route, the separated bike route along 248 from Park City, PC Heights to Camas. I think that if that does move forward and we undertake that, I think letting the region know we're spearheading that. That's a very collaborative effort with
Yeah.
Wasatch and Summit County, I think.
Yeah.
Interesting to just have, I like the idea of the broad like trails, and it could be every aspect of trails.
There's a lot.
Yeah, there are.
Carol wants to say something here too, but I have one more thought. No, go ahead.
This is piggybacking on the wildfires. So Summit County, Park City are collaborating to bring in John Valiant, who was interviewed last Sunday on Sunday morning. He has written a book called Fire Weather. It is the One Book, One Community book. He will be speaking in Park City on July 29th at the Sandy Auditorium. But why couldn't we collaborate with Summit County, Park City that way?
Yeah.
And let our, you know, our members know, because he's a very prominent author.
Great idea.
And, you know, use that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fabulous idea. There could be a few different legs to that.
Right.
Yeah, the one thing that's differentiating us right now is we have actually better data than what the state and county is telling us than anybody else has.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, one reason is I'm connected to a number of firms that build spatial analysis data for wildfires, including our own. AWS is doing this right now, but I'm connected to about 2 or 3 of our partners that are using this spatial analysis. They did a free one for me on Hideout of where our problems, our most severe problems are and less. So the data and the state and and does not have that information from what this gentleman Troy was telling us. So we bring some things uniquely to the table. I'd love to line up with this gentleman who wrote the book. I mean, there's never enough good information and information that we can share with our surrounding communities here. So that's what I'm thinking of how, and they want to make us the model city. So the county and the state said, oh, you guys are like actually further ahead than what we've seen in other towns. So they're going to use us as model, the model city for getting ahead of this game. And of course, being more accessible for insurance as well, more affordable. So that's the backdrop to where we can benefit. But the data is critical to understand, even down to a single house, what is more susceptible to fire in this case and not. And actually there are there's about 3 or 4 analytical firms, I know them, who are doing those kinds of spatial recognition right now. So we're ahead of the game. The state's got some freebies. Anyway, so the story is
Do we have, is there actually like a visual?
I do, I have visuals,
We
yeah.
should think about the pros and cons of sharing those visuals, but it might be interesting.
We have to get permission.
Yeah.
If we bought them, of course, then it's our.
Because one visual for media purposes would be good, but I don't, there's other verifications probably to take on that.
But sorry, I mean, this is where I think we can tie some of the, the additional ones into what we've already done. And that creates a continuous positive story for the town. And builds a really good brand around it.
Right.
Carol, can we also do something with the wildlife mitigation people? Right? That, because people, when I tell people about it, they're like, wow, that, they don't know that it's happening and that they've been tracking it and that something's going to be done about it. I think.
Yeah. We are the number, 248 is the #1 highway in all of Utah that has the most wildlife collisions.
Oh, wow.
Really?
I hit one.
From 40
I'm 248, right, right by Soaring Hawk. Well, this was about when we first moved here, probably like 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. And it was 4:30 in the morning. I was going to hike Timpano Coast. And so I was coming out and I was only going like 50 miles an hour and 2 deer were coming down from like Soaring Hawk, Golden Eagle. And it was like surreal. Cause they're just walking. In New Jersey, they jump. They're here, they just like sprint, just like kind of nice, was strolling across the road. I'm like, what's that? What's that? And I didn't think I was gonna hit one. And I didn't even think about laying on the horn, but I think I did. But one got away and I hit just the back end of the second one and it limped away. I mean, I don't think they were dead, but they probably ended up limped.
Well, Bobcat showed up in my backyard the other day.
And cut my,
No.
damaged my bumper.
I'm going, we're all being displaced by all the development up the 2 right now. And I just feel bad for what's going on, but at the same time, if we can do something.
Right, and they also, Bobcats were all through Racket Club, could have been the same ones.
I just saw a coyote cross when I was coming back from work at 10 o'clock at night, 9:45 to 10, like 3 nights ago. Right by just up the hill from Ross Creek entrance, going from, the Jordanelle Parkway over to where the apartment buildings are on the left.
And we had
Looking for
groups
food,
walking up Shoreline Court with its baby.
Ellen,
That's
in regards
really?
to pop up really quick, is this going to be like a boutique pop up, so they'll only be here for like the month or like 2 days, or are we not, is that kind of still up in the air on that kind of thing? Is this the Scott Davis thing that he's proposed before? No,
It's different, there's different, we're kind of in the early stages, but I don't think that it would be just a 1 month thing. I think it would be, we could bring this thing in pretty quickly, kind of test the market,
So it'd be like a 1-year lease kind of on the land or something like that?
Or
Okay.
something, but it's very early stages yet.
Got it, thank you.
What about, even just hot trucks?
We've actually talked about that. That was kind of a Scott Davis. thing.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Like the food trucks.
Yeah, the food truck.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them are being displaced, like out of Canada and stuff like that.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, that green food truck is really popular.
Oh, yeah.
That one is
Yeah.
wildly
Really
popular.
So we have, I wanna give you time, we've got 4 minutes until we're gonna wrap, sorry. So, right at 5, so I just wanted to make sure if anyone had ideas on specifically topics for each quarterly open house, we've had a lot of good ones, I just wanna make sure everyone has a chance to offer anything we haven't yet, go ahead.
I just want to add one more, and that is developers. How do we bring in the developers into that collegial conversation that we've been talking about, where we go, because we want to get developers, and the best ones, involved with Hideout, and, getting their view, and maybe their comments into a positive
Yeah.
PR press release. I know that could be difficult.
Yeah, that's tricky.
It's tricky, but, wouldn't it be nice to have Steve Stark from LHM, the president from LHM, say, hey, we're in discussions with these, that's positive publicity.
Yeah.
Do an open house with the public and the developers.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, we might, we could do really anything we want, I think my understanding sort of about some of the folks like at LHM that I've worked with in the past is they're so fiercely competitive with one another that they wanna hold their cards close, so
Sure.
they'd be really, I think, reticent to overshare, but they might still, if we invited them all, I mean, I think if we said, this is a developer focused event, I'm sure they'd all send a representative, and then with LHM, they're very deliberate, I mean, they're the property owners on the, one property, so to me, that would be the obvious place to ask them to engage, because it's already known that they're not trying to obscure the fact that they have, the property, so.
What if we just
Be
invited a bunch
careful.
of developers and gave them a tour to try to hook somebody to try to get that area going? What if we just did something like that? If we could get them to come, who knows what would come out of it?
So Park City is very for the people, by the people. We're gonna make a lot more inroads if we do this. So if we got Stephen James, the visioner for LHM, to give us concepts, but have Thomas deliver it, we're gonna get a lot further.
Okay.
Because, Park City is like, development, no, that's about NOI, right? It's net operating income for one individual or one corporation, and Park City wants to say it's about the people. So, we can do that, we just have to be crafty about the messaging.
I'm sure we'll be thoughtful about how we go about that, but,
Would having we're working on the plan. I can't remember, general plan, comprehensive plan is what I think of it. Could we have a session on that?
one of the open houses on the general plan, that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, and it might be that we do like the press release and then that sort of sets the table, maybe that's the first one or something.
That could be kind of an open house introduction, community survey almost, get some input, not unlike
Yeah,
Ross Creek,
yeah.
that would be a good idea, actually.
Yeah.
And then we follow it up with the survey to people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Online,
Yeah.
I know we don't have much time, but did we finish the survey, to get all the data that we're gonna publish? Is everything published at this point? I don't even know. From Ross Creek.
We closed down the
I know.
online, and now we're calibrating or combining both the numbers, so we'll be putting that out online.
So can we see that before, cause I don't see Jonathan.
What survey?
The Ross Creek Open House, the dot exercise.
The Ross Creek.
So for those of us who missed that.
Yeah,
I think it'd be a good thing.
I didn't
to
get
do.
the survey. I know, how did we get the
It
survey,
was
you know?
online, right?
Like online, like go into the town website online?
Yeah, I've closed it down though now.
Okay, so it was posted online. It
It's-
wasn't sent to specific homes, the homeowners,
I don't think, we
like a
might,
mass email?
we might have included it in one of the newsletters,
I
I
think it
believe.
wasn't.
I think we did,
Okay.
so, yeah. So, but, and it's been online on our homepage for
Okay,
the last month.
okay.
And even on the, topic, back to the topic, I hate to go back and forth here, but on the topic of the wildfires, Carol's not here, at this point, but we've talked a little bit. And so it's actually the surrounding communities that are also in this wildfire zone. So we want to be, as friendly neighbors. This is where, really, the fire department was meant to put fires out in 2 A's and we retreated to Jordanelle. Those are the folks that have given us a hard time with that annexation. Now that we're going into annexation and we're gonna move in that direction, let's find ways to build some bridges, as we were talking about, earlier. So this could be the bridge.
Yeah.
This could be a nice bridge to build.
Would it, so if we, I'm just kind of lining up in my mind, like, so if we do the pitch that we're thinking about in the next couple of months, or sooner than that, this month or early next, on the wildfires, is it a big enough topic? Could we look at that as one of the open house topics? Like, could that be Q2?
Well,
And then
we're
it's-
already thinking, I just sent an email out to a number of the HOAs in Hideout only. But Carol gave me a list of some of the surrounding ones, what the essence of this is all about, because we're talking about it here.
Right.
And then sharing that and getting some additional ideas and how we can help one another. But, using this data, because if you don't have good data, you really can't do predictive analytics. So that's a piece of this. And we've got the fire department, both at the county level and the state level, saying, hey, you guys are ahead. So now if we can pull in other folks, then we get some, I don't know if we need any more contributions. I think we've done our job on that, but you get the, I think that's the right thing to do anyway. It's like, if we're a little bit ahead, and I don't know if we could pull in Summit, to your point, they're pretty smart over there in Park City, but why don't we have a conversation with Summit and see if we can kind of coalesce our goals and be glad to share data with them and who's the best in the country on this stuff.
Yeah, like a wildfire specific.
Well, I'm sure they're just as interested in wildfires as we are.
Yeah, guys, they had one last year, right? Oh, so, yeah, exactly, so.
Yeah, that's really true. Yeah.
Just a quick comment, I came in late, but we have adopted wildland urban interface code. I don't think that's widely understood. For an open house, you can go over what that means.
Oh, yeah.
And go through all the details of fire, the more preferred materials for home building, what you can do to secure your own property, maybe thinning things out.
Yeah.
And that could be the subject, because ultimately, there's only so much we can do. We've adopted the code, now we have to enforce it, which I don't know if we're doing. And then the individual property owners and homeowners, what can you do right around your own property, now this summer, so that you can reduce your risk?
So individual homeowners can call the fire department and ask for an audit of their property. They start doing those in the spring. And they'll come out, take a look and tell you, well, this is a problem, that's a problem, we recommend these things. And they will come out and do that starting in the spring, but you can call them now and start to schedule.
But nobody knows that.
Well, they're gonna know it soon.
Yeah.
How are you gonna know it?
Because I just sent emails to every major HOA in Hideout.
I'm not gonna get it.
Well, that's probably the next level. Not all the individual homeowners are gonna get it, but we got.
But I'm part of an HOA that doesn't distribute anything, so the community preservation association
You're part
doesn't
of Terry's
distribute.
HOA, right?
I'm in the master HOA.
Yeah. So,
We don't get anything.
So
Well, we
this
should
is
put it
my
in the
suggestion,
newsletter too.
send it to Carol and ask Carol to put it in the next newsletter. Hey, by the way, blah, 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 you can do this.
Yeah.
And then it goes out to everybody that's on her email list. And that way it's like HOAs, he's already done his due diligence. He reached out to the HOAs. Now it's up to somebody on the town level, besides a council member, to then reach out to constituents and be like, hey, it went out in the newsletter. This is the time frame from here to here, contact here, they'll get you scheduled.
yeah, and the CPA was on there, through Terry Hohenstein. But you're right, Chris. I doubt, she's not gonna call. No, I know. So, but that's our first, I think by protocol, we gotta go through that and then get this message out through the town website. So, yeah, there's probably 2 or 3 steps, and we can get the fire department to help us as well.
So-
I want to you guys about.
Anyway,
That's a worthy
Yeah.
topic for a
Yeah.
town hall event.
It really does feel like a worthy topic. I mean, you guys have had great, there's several, many that we've talked about. I wonder, I could even see, the first town hall event, it was about information we were pushing out that was, tied into development and everything, but, I wonder if the theme were broad, like, and it was like a tabling event where we invited the fire department,
Bring
the
your
insurance
apparatus, bring your
companies, and we could have a table on the data, and it was, and the other partners, I don't know, like, that could be an interesting, I could see a topic or an open house that's all related to protecting the community
From wildfire, which is our number one risk.
Yeah.
Right,
And Jan, maybe then it goes back to your point, if we
Posters.
grab Summit
Yeah.
County, we bring them into these meetings, so again, building some bridges for
try to get
the
them here.
future. So
What do you
there's-
think about radon? I mean, making people aware of radon. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there because, I mean,
Again, that's an individual
that's an individual thing.
homeowner,
Okay,
you do
right.
your own tests, you
Right,
do your
okay.
mitigation, if you're building a home.
To be aware.
Remember to have
So
radar.
be
vents
aware,
come
you gotta
in.
remember.
One of the
to-
subs come in at the beginning and do the piping before you put your house up.
I
But
need to get
that's,
Ellen to her science.
Sorry.
Okay, all right.
I think back to, Alan's point, this is like the topic,
Right.
I'm sure it's so hot right now.
No pun intended.
So let's use it while
It
we've
is,
got it, and we're ahead of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we could really set the table nicely for that with the first pass of like some coverage, and then it kind of establishes us as the leaders on it, and then that might be the thing that helps bring those other more resistant partners to the table, so. Well, thank you all so much, and sorry we had to go a little quickly through this, well, there were some other slides down below, you can all just take a look at those, and if you've got ideas for open houses or just news ideas that either for the newsletter or for PR purposes, that's our starting point, but I'm always interested in hearing ideas, so, please feel free to email me or the rest of the staff, and we can all.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
You all did great. Thank you. Thank you.
Do we need a motion to adjourn or anything?
Did we have a
No,
motion to even start?
Do we ever have a motion to start?
We never began, so we can't.
Okay, I'm gonna run upstairs, which will be the big one. Oh, great. I'll leave it on your desk. Thank you.
Jan, you've got your keys, right?
Thank you, yeah.
Helen? Can you just kick there's like a dog door stopper, will you just kick that?
Open, if you want the door to stay open.
Committees. Or like reach out to, so if somebody wanted to join, about community engagement or whatever.
Definitely have the community.
Well, I brought this up to the department.